Shabbat day, how do we celebrate it?
Yes. How do we do it? We don't prepare the day before because we don't do preparation day. We don't have to, there's nothing that I know to do on this day. I know it's a special day. It's a day that Yah told us is special to him. What do we do as Hebrew Israelites?
I can incorporate that also. There's a part that we will wind up getting to in the presentation, and I can incorporate that, even though the Sabbath is not constituted with time in the priest in this particular matter, but we can speak on it. But to let you know ahead of time, the only thing that we can do is fear what Yahweh has said and fear what Yahweh has done. You know, with us being in the situation that we're in under, not being under the covenant of the law, all we can do, showing our reverence to him, is to fear what he has said and to fear what he has done. Many times people say that the law is done away with. Well, the law is never done away with. The Almighty Word is forever. It's just certain laws, or it's just the covenant of the law you find yourself not under. The Almighty Sabbath, the seventh day, is holy unto Yahweh. The Almighty consecrated the seventh day and made it holy. So that day is always holy to him. Unfortunately, you're not under it. So the only thing that we can do is witness what he said and confirm and acknowledge all that he said and tremble at what he has said. It does us no good to try to reenact something that the Almighty have gave perfect instructions on. It does us no good to reenact it, because we're going to find ourselves adding and taking away from that which is perfect. So that is more evil than us confirming it, trembling at what is said, and waiting for our time that we can serve Yahweh according to all that he has said in righteousness. We waiting on our time to be able to come up under the law, to choose good or evil. A lot of times we just been taught wrong, and we have called ourselves reenacting, and all along we ain't doing nothing but displaying evil, even though we think we are displaying righteousness.
Praise you.
But that's a great question. All the questions that have been asked are great, and I will try to incorporate these questions in this day's presentation.
Praise you.
Is there any other comments or questions? Or things that might not be truly cleared up in our minds based on what has been taught to us, depending on where we go, because it depends on what city, what class you find yourself in. You're getting different teachings of the same word. The Almighty told all these words to our fathers. They all heard the same thing, but that didn't mean that they all had the same spirit. So your spirit can deceive you. Your spirit can have you thinking something other than what Yahweh said. So we want to make a distinction today. We want our spirit to be steadfast with the Almighty Word. The Scripture asks us and tells us how a man's heart can deceive him. And it allows us to know if our heart is deceiving us or not. If our heart is on every word and quoting every word, then we are not being deceived. If our heart add or if our heart take away, then our heart is being deceitful.
Praise God. Praise
So
God.
we're going to try to give this presentation with a one heart according to what is written. Thus, we will not be in error.
Praise God.
Is y'all man on the line? Brother Yamin. Again, today's presentation will be called Time and the Priest, dealing with the first fruits. And we will use this presentation to make a distinction between that which is holy and that which is unholy. We will make a distinction between that which is clean and that which Yahweh has said is that which is clean and that which is unclean. Unfortunately, which came by way of many of our sincere brothers and sisters, unfortunately, they are sincerely wrong. So we will reprove our brothers and sisters today in this great statute called time. Is Brother Yamin on the line? We have two Psalms that are to be read. The first Psalm is Psalm 111. The second Psalm is Psalms 118. Do we have any volunteers to read the Psalms? Where is that?
Is my mute activated now?
No one is on mute at the moment.
Oh, but I should be, right?
Huh?
Should I go and make myself mute?
You can mute yourself if you like. The board has not muted anyone yet. No. I want to go on.
Did it cut everybody up? Go to your contact.
Open it up. Yeah, I'm in. All right, we're about to get started. 1 second.
Great.
First fruit. You're right. First fruit. Am I connected?
Before we get started, is there any comments or questions dealing with time or the priest? I think this is a great subject matter because many of us find ourselves burdened by way of time and by way of our teachings that has been taught to many of us, and we find that it's truly a burden. We're never a recipient of the promises that the Almighty display about giving tithes. So we find that it's truly a burden, and many of us wonder why has it become a burden. And today we will use this presentation to try to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between the clean and the unclean. And in that distinction being made, we will be able to show our brothers and sisters why time here in America and abroad has truly been a burden more so than a blessing. You have truly been robbed. Is Brother Yamin on the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Try not to make this too lengthy. So Yamin will read Psalms 111 and Psalms 118 for us all. Then I'll come back and reintroduce the presentation, and we'll get right into it. You got the mic, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 111, please. That is Psalms 111. It reads, Hallelujah, I will praise Yahweh with my whole heart in the assembly of the upright and in the congregation. The works of Yahweh are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. His works is honorable and glorious, and his righteousness endureth forever. He hath made his wonderful works to be remembered. Yahweh is gracious and full of compassion. He hath given meat unto them that fear him. He will ever be mindful of his covenant. He hath shewed his people the power of his works, that he may give them the heritage of the heathen. The works of his hands are verity and judgment. All his commandments are sure. They stand fast forever and ever, and are done in truth and uprightness. He sent redemption unto his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and reverend is his name. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endureth forever. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Also, as my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 118, please. That is Psalms 1:1-8. It reads, "O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. Let Israel now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let the house of Aharon now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let them now that fear Yahweh say that his mercy endureth forever. I called upon Yahweh in distress. Yahweh answered me and set me in a large place. Yahweh is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do unto me? Yahweh taketh my part with them that help me. Therefore shall I see my desire upon them that hate me. It is better to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in man. It is better to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in princes. All nations compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh will I destroy them. They compass me about, yea, they compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh will I destroy them. They compass me about like bees. They are quenched as the fire of thorns. For in the name of Yahweh I will destroy them. Thou hast thrust sore at me that I might fall, but Yahweh helped me. Yahweh is my strength and song, and has become my salvation. The voice of rejoicing and salvation is in the tabernacles of the righteous. The right hand of Yahweh doeth valiantly. The right hand of Yahweh is exalted. The right hand of Yahweh doeth valiantly. I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of Yahweh. Yahweh hath chastised me sore, but he hath not given me over unto death. Open to me the gates of righteousness. I will go into them, and I will praise Yahweh. This gate of Yahweh, into which the righteous shall enter. I will praise thee, for thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. This is Yahweh's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day which Yahweh hath made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Save now, I beseech thee, O Yahweh. O Yahweh, I beseech thee, send now prosperity. Blessed be he that cometh in the name of Yahweh. We have blessed you out of the house of Yahweh. Elohim is Yahweh, which hath shewed us light. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even into the horns of the altar. Thou art my Elohim, and I will praise thee. Thou art my Elohim, and I will exalt thee. O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And secondly, we would like to ask the Almighty to allow the meditation of our hearts to be acceptable in His sight, Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Today's presentation will be called First Fruits, Tying in the Priest. We will use this great presentation to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between the clean and the unclean, according to all the words that we find written here this day. So please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today, dealing with first fruits, tying in the priest. Before we get started in the presentation, I would like to warn the listening audience by way of wisdom that they may lend an ear that they may hear, and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The first proverb that I would love to go to is Proverbs 3. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Proverbs 3. And what is it that we find in Proverbs 3? It tells us, if we pick up at the very first verse, these great words of warning. My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. And that's what we want today. We want to find a good understanding in the sight of Yahweh and in the sight of our brothers and sisters when it comes to the subject matter called time. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart. And that's how we're going to get and be a recipient of this good understanding, by trusting in Yahweh with all thy heart, and by not leaning into thy own understanding. If we lean to our own understanding in this subject matter today, we will not be found recipients of good understanding, not in the sight of Yahweh, nor in the sight of our brothers and sisters. Thus, the 7th verse reads, I'll start at the 6th verse, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones. Honor Yahweh with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thy increase. So shall thy barns be filled with plenty. And many of our brothers and sisters have misconstrued these words, and they are wondering why their barns are not filled with plenty. They are wondering why their presses has not burst out with new wine. It tells us in the 11th verse, my son, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, which many of us have, by way of reenacting that which has been broken. It says, my son, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, neither be weary of his correction. And with us being taught bad, many of us find ourselves weary and don't know why. It tells us in the 12th verse, for whom Yahweh loves, he corrects, even as a father, the son in whom he delights. Happy is the man that find wisdom, that fear Yahweh, and the man that get understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all the things thy canst desire are not to be compared unto wisdom. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her. It's not going to be a burden, but instead she's a tree of life, not a tree of burden. It says, she is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her. And happy, not sad, but happy is everyone that retains her. Yahweh by wisdom hath founded the earth. By understanding have he established the heavens. By his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew. My son, let not them depart from thy eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. So shall they be life into thy soul, and grace to thy neck. Then shall thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes. For Yahweh shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken. Withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thy hand to do it. Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give, when thou hast it by thee. Devise not evil against thy neighbor, seeing he dwells securely by thee. Strive not with a man without cause, if he have done thee no harm. Envy thy not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. For the forward, those that's going to do other than what Yahweh has said, those that's going to teach other than what Yahweh was commanded Israel to teach. It says, envy thy not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. For the forward is an abomination to Yahweh, but his secret, the knowledge of the holy, it reads, but his secret is with the righteous. The curse of Yahweh is in the house of the wicked, but he blessed the inhabitants of the just. Surely he scorned the scorners, but he gives grace unto the lowly. Many of us that see this time as a burden today. The wise shall inherit the glory, but shame shall be the promotion of fools. And today, making a distinction between the holy and the unholy in this subject matter, tying many people that is forward in their teachings will be found fools this day, because they do not fear Yahweh, nor have they chosen to depart from evil. One more place I would love to go to by way of warning is the 6th chapter of Proverbs. The 6th chapter of Proverbs. And it tells us in the 6th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, my son, if thou be surety for thy friend, if thou hast stricken thy hand with a stranger, thou art snared with the words of thy mouth. Thou art taken with the words of thy mouth. It tells us, do this now, my son, and deliver thyself. When thou art come into the hand of thy friend, go, humble thyself, and make sure thy friend. Give not sleep to thy eyes, nor slumber to thy eyelids. Deliver thyself as a roe from the hand of the hunter, and as a bird from the hand of the fowler. Go to the ant, thy sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise, which having no guide, overseer, or ruler. Provide her meat in the summer, and gather her food in the harvest. How long will thou sleep, O sluggard? When will thou rise out of thy sleep? Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall thy poverty come, as one that travails, and thy want as an armed man. A naughty person, a wicked man, walk with a forward mouth. He adds and take away from the words of Yahweh. It reads, he winks with his eyes. He speak with his feet. He teach with his fingers. Forwardness is in his heart. He devises mischief, burdens. Continually he soweth discord. Therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. 6 things does Yahweh hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination to him. And they are a proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that devise wicked imagination, feet that be swift and running to mischief, a false witness that speak lies, and he that sows discord among brethren. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we take a look at the 30th and 31st verse, and they read, men do not despise a thief if he steal to satisfy his soul when he is hungry. But if he be found, like many of them going to be found this day, a thief, a man that has robbed the children of Israel by way of tithes and offerings. It tells us in the 31st verse of the 6th chapter of Proverbs, but if he be found, he shall restore 7-fold. He shall give all the substance of his house. It also tells us, by way of warning, I would like to throw in this psalm, and it is Psalms 117. Let us all take a look at Psalms 117 in warning, and we'll get straight into the presentation. Psalms 117. It is one of the shortest psalms we find in our Holy Scripture, but it is also one of the greatest psalms that we find in our Holy Scripture. For it truly praises Yahweh. And in this praise of Yahweh, we don't want to be found as one of the 7 abominations that Yahweh hates. Thus, it tells us in Psalms 117, Hallelujah, all ye nations, praise him, all ye people, for his merciful kindness is great toward us, and the truth of Yahweh endures forever. So we're going to be able to use this great presentation to establish this truth, to make a distinction between the lies and the forwardness that many of our brothers and sisters have taught. Thus it says, for his merciful kindness is great toward us. and the truth of Yahweh endures forever. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Again, this presentation is called The First Fruits, Tithing and the Priest, and we will use today's presentation to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and we will do so by using the law and the testimonies to show without a shadow of a doubt to all they that have eyes and can see, and that have ears that can hear, the exact, absolute truth dealing with time, from the beginning to the end. From the end to the beginning, will we be able to make a distinction between the clean, which denotes all that Yahweh has said and done, and the unclean, which denotes the imagination of man. Thus, let us turn our scripture to the first rendering of tithes. The first rendering that we find in our holy scriptures that denote a tenth. And we can find that truth in the book of Genesis. Genesis, the 14th chapter. So let us all please turn our holy scriptures to Genesis, the 14th chapter. And as I read these chapters and verses, if any comments or questions come to mind, please write them down where you don't forget them, and you have them during the Q&A part of this presentation. Right now, we all should find ourselves in Genesis, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 14th chapter, if we pick up at the 11th verse. Genesis, the 14th chapter, and we will start reading at the 11th verse. And it reads, and they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their victuals and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mari, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Abner. And these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them into Dan. And please take note of the geographical location. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them into Hobah, where is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought them again, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Sheba, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. And he, note what he was, and he was the priest of the Most High Elohim. He was the priest of El Shaddai, and he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abram of the Most High." And we know what is written in the 12th chapter of Genesis. They that bless Abram shall be blessed. They that curse Abram shall be cursed. Thus we see Melchizedek blessing Abram. And how? It reads in the 20th verse, "And blessed be the Most High Elohim, which have delivered thy enemy into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all." Then it tells us, and the king of Sodom, not the priest of Salem, but it reads, the king of Sodom said unto Abram, "Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself." And Abram said unto the king of Sodom, "I have lifted up my hand unto Yahweh, the Most High Elohim, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from thee or take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou should say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Abner, Escol, and Mori. Let them take their possession. So in this story of victory, the priest of El Shaddai, the priest of Yahweh, presented himself to Abram, and he blessed it Abram. And the concept that he blessed Abram in is dealing with tithing. So this is the first rendering of tithing that you will find in your Holy Scripture. And note that it is in the beginning. And also note where the tithe came from. Please note who had the tithe. And it told us that a priest by the name of Melchizedek presented the tithe. And it also told us this same priest blessed Abram. We also find the next rendering of tithes in our Holy Scripture, and we find this next rendering coming from Abram's grandson. If we all turn our Holy Scriptures to the 28th chapter of Genesis. And when we get to the 28th chapter of Genesis, please mind yourself the geographical location, and please mind you the vow that Jacob's make about time. Genesis, the 28th chapter. And these times that we are showing that denote Genesis, the beginning, please mind you that the Israelites, that Jacob's name has not been changed to Israel yet, and that the Israelites are not under a covenant of the law. But these great statutes is made known in the earth. And when these great statutes is made known, please mind yourself of the land that they find themselves in, and of the land that these great tithes came from. For Yahweh changes not. We don't want to be forward in our study. We don't want our knowledge to deceive us by not confirming every word. Genesis, the 28th chapter. And we find in Genesis, the 28th chapter, if we pick up at the 10th verse, and we will read to the 22nd verse, and it reads, and Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran, and he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place and put them for his pillars, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached into heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending upon it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it and said, I am Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, thy father, and the Elohim of Isaac. The land, please take note, whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And we just sing, well, Melchizedek blessed Abraham, so shall he be blessed. But what we must take in consideration is that which he blessed him with, and it was called time. It continued to tell us in Genesis, the 28th chapter, if we pick up at the 15th verse, and behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee at all places whither thou goes. Note, and will bring thee again. So the place, no matter where you go, the place that is going to always be blessed, and where you're going to always be a recipient of a time, is in this great land that the Almighty will bring you to. It says, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. It continued to tell us, and Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, surely Yahweh is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? Note the emphasis put on the place. For we teach according to time and place. Thus it reads, and we will continue to witness, this is none other but the house of Elohim. And this is the gate of heaven. So far, I'm trying to establish that time only came from this great land, which is known to house the house of Elohim. And it is known as the gate of heaven. This great geographical location where we're going to find out where Abram and his grandson acknowledges time coming from. Thus, it reads in the 18th verse, and Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pullers and set it up for a puller and pulled all upon the top of it, and he called the name of that place Bethel. And please mind yourself where Bethel is located. Please mind yourself where Beersheba was located. And mind yourself where Haran is located. Thus it tells us in the 20th verse, or the end of the 19th verse, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with me, and mind yourself, put yourself in this situation, even though you know you find yourself in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted, being in captivity, still try to put your mind in this brother's thought based on where he find himself and based on the vow that he made. For it allows us to know, if we understand what he is saying, that these great laws of time only denotes one geographical location out of the whole entire earth. There is only one land called the glory of all lands. There is only one land that is denoted as the house of Elohim. And there is only one land that is denoted as the gates of heaven. Thus we find in the 20th verse of the 28th chapter of Genesis, and Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again. And that's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on to come again to this place. And when we come again, our fathers vow to pay a tithe. Our fathers vow to give a tenth of all that Yahweh gives us. Thus we read in the 21st verse, so that I come again to my Father's house in peace, not in war, not in misery, not under a burden, but in peace. Then, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus our father Jacob said, then shall Yahweh be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely, without a doubt, give the tenth unto thee. This is the second rendering that denote time among our fathers. And during this time, they were not under the covenant of the law, but the precept of this great statute was known unto them. And this great statute was called a tenth. It was called time. And this is the great information that is made known to us in the Genesis, or in the beginning. And I tried to make this presentation in chronological order. That way we don't have to jump all over the place trying to relate this great knowledge to our brothers and sisters whose ears are not open and whose eyes that cannot see. Thus, let us turn our scripture to the next book, which is known as the book of Exodus. Let us turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 22nd chapter. And what we find in Exodus, the 22nd chapter, is testimonies and judgments, more statutes that were given to our fathers after the 10 Commandments was given to them. And what we find in these statutes and judgments, if we turn our holy scriptures to Exodus, the 22nd chapter, let's start at the very first verse. Exodus, the 22nd chapter. We're going to start at the very first verse, and it reads, and mind you, these are laws, these are statutes, these are judgments that the Almighty gave to Jacob and his seed once his name was changed to Israel, and once Israel came up under the covenant of the law. And please mind you, not only tithes, but all the laws, the statutes, the commandments, the judgments, the testimonies were all given to the children of Israel, that they may govern themselves among their Creator in the great land of promise. This is the true constitution of the children of Israel in the glory of all lands. This is what they were to obey, to be in the presence of their Creator. Thus, it tells us in the 22nd chapter of Exodus, the very first verse, if a man shall steal an ox, and I'm using this to relate to the acts and the forwardness of many of our people, because we have found them to be liars. We have found them to be forward. We have found them to be robbers among us. Thus, the law talks about repayment. And it says, if a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for an sheep. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. If he should make full restitution, if he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the thief be certainly found in his hands alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in other man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stock of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver into his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought into the judges to see whether he have put his hand into his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, or for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge to be his. And today we are challenging that the tithes that you have robbed us with are ours. They are not the increase of the land of promise, but instead the little increase that we might endure in our hard labor, being servants and afflicted. So we are actually using these words to show that if we were truly under the covenant of the law and they have forwardly robbed us, this is the law of restitution, of what man was supposed to do once he did these evil acts against his brother. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, for all manner of trespass, and that's what it's called, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judge, and whom the judge shall condemn, he shall pay double into his neighbor. And a lot of people won't accept this today because we don't have the judges. All we have today is a brother with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding reproving another brother. But we don't have the setup that Yahweh has commanded Israel to attend if these matters arise. Because if we hold this page and take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, and the reason I want to show this and include this, even though it's not on the notes, is because we had a question asked about the Sabbath. And we are establishing that we're not under the Sabbath today because we're not under the covenant of the law. And many people teach, well, no, brother, you're wrong. We are under the Sabbath today. And we are under the covenant of the law. And I challenge any of the Hebrew Israelites to establish that truth. Because we are reading about repayment. We are reading about restitution. And even these words of restitution cannot be established while the covenant of the law is broken and while you find yourself in your enemy's lands being servants and afflicted. Thus it tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, and this should be more than enough proof that the Israelites today, the so-called black man and a woman that find themselves in America and abroad, is not under the covenant of the law. For it reads in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, we all go there real quick, and then we'll go back to Exodus 22. But I want to show you something in Deuteronomy 17, which will prove to any man that has eyes and can see that we are not under the covenant of the law today. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, in correlation with what we just read in Exodus 22, the 9th verse, when it says, for all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judge shall condemn, he shall pay double into his neighbor. So if we truly had this place that we're about to read about in Deuteronomy 17, we would take our brothers that have taught us the law of time terribly, we will take them to this place. And whatever the judge judges, and whoever the judge finds guilty, they were to pay double. So not only were they to give you all of your money back that they collected from you by way of tithes and offerings, but they would have had to pay you double because they were a thief, because of the trespass that they had committed. And that place is found in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, if we pick up at the 8th verse. And it tells us in Deuteronomy 17, the 8th verse, if there arrives a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy. And there's truly a controversy among us today dealing with tithes and offerings. But the way we sum up the controversy was to take the trespass to the judge of that day. And not just the judge, but the priest of that day. And whatever judgment they rendered, all the people had to agree. Thus it reads in the 8th verse of the 17th chapter of Deuteronomy. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shall thy arise. This is the law for those that find themselves under the covenant of the law. So if you under the covenant of the law today, then this place must be available for you to come and squash all matters of controversy. And these matters of controversy denote the law, the statutes, the commandments, the judgments, and tithing is one of those statutes. Thus it reads, in the last sentence of the 8th verse, and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judge that shall be in those days. So if you're under the covenant of the law, if this is the day you find yourself under the covenant of the law, so shall you find this place, and so should you find these people, which is labeled or titled as the judges and the priests. And note, that place must be the place that Yahweh have chosen. And according to your scriptures, the last place that Yahweh have chosen was none other than the city of Jerusalem. So if this place is not set up in the city of Jerusalem today, you are not under the covenant of the law this day. For it reads in the 9th verse, and thou shalt come into the priest and the Levite and to the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire. And they, the priest and the judge, not a moray, not a teacher, it says, and they shall show thee the sentence of the judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence. And we just read in the 22nd chapter that the wrongdoer should pay double. It reads, and thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place which Yahweh shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all, not the best you can. Don't add, don't take away, but do according to all that they inform thee. According to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment, which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. It don't want you to be forward. It wants you to do it. Thou shalt not decline. That is taken away. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, To the left hand, don't add, nor to the left, don't take away. And the man that is forward, that refuse to hearken to the reproof, it says, and the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priest, that stand to minister, note his job, there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or into the judge, even that man shall die. And I shall put evil, or put away the evil from Israel. That's the reason why he must die. And all the people, not some of the people, so there wasn't no voting going on. There was only one way to be on the path of righteousness. Thus it reads, and all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously, be no more forward, which is one of the 7 abominations that Yahweh hates. So this is a great proof that the Israelites are not under the covenant of the law today, because if they were based on the law, there would be a place that we who call ourselves Israel could always go to for all these matters of controversy that we find among us this day. But instead, we never go to that place, but we constantly find ourselves burdened with matters of controversy dealing with the covenant of the law. So no, Israel is not under the covenant of the law today. The scripture tells us Yahweh requires that which has passed. The scripture tells us that Yahweh changes not. So if we know that Yahweh required that which is past, if we know that Yahweh changes not, then we also should know that there should be a place that Yahweh placed his name, the place that he has chosen. And when you have matters of controversy, like we are having this day, we were to bring those matters to this place. Well, today, that place does not exist. Could it be only because you are not under the covenant of the law? Absolutely. Thus, it continues to tell us in Exodus, the 22nd chapter. And we left off at the 9th verse. And in this 9th verse, again, if this matter befell us and we was looking for reparation, or if we were looking for repayment, this is what would have happened if we took our brothers and sisters to the place that Yahweh chose based on this great matter of controversy, when we challenged our brothers and sisters that our little money belongs into ourselves. It does not belong to you. So if we would have challenged our brothers and sisters about the money we have given by way of tithes and offerings, we would have found ourselves in a place that Yahweh has chosen. We would have not found ourselves on a conference call. We would have not found ourselves on social media. We would have not found ourselves in one of our brothers' classes having a debate, but instead, we would have did that which is altogether right. And we would have came to the place that Yahweh commanded his children to come to for all matters of controversy. And many people will say, well, what your brother read in the 17th chapter did not denote time. Well, tithe is a statute. And we know that when the Israelites came to that place, they came for all manners of controversy. And all these matters of controversy denoted the covenant of the law. And we know that to be true if you just let me read something real quick that is found in 2nd Chronicles. Let me read it real quick. You don't have to go there if you don't want to, but please write it down. 2nd Chronicles, to allow us to know that we are on point. We are not just adding words. It tells us in 2nd Chronicles, the 19th chapter, it tells us in the 9th and 10th verse, and it reads, and it will allow us to know that tithes and offerings is included in these matters of controversy. For it tells us in 2nd Chronicles, the 19th chapter, the 8th to the 10th verse, and it reads, moreover, in Jerusalem, the place that Yahweh hath chosen. Moreover, in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and of the priests and of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel for the judgment of Yahweh and for controversies when they returned to Jerusalem. And he charged them, saying, thus shall ye do in the fear of Yahweh, faithfully and with a perfect heart. And what cause soever, even tithes and offerings, and what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law, please take note, and commandment, statutes and tithes and offerings is a statute, Israel, and judgments ye shall even warn them that they trespass, and that's what word we found in Exodus, the 22nd chapter, trespass not against Yahweh. And so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren, this do, and ye shall not trespass. So it allows us to know we're not adding, and it allows us to know that if we were truly under the covenant of the law, we would have a place to go to for all matters of controversy, not just for tithes and offerings, but if we were under the Sabbath, what we were supposed to do when we found ourselves under the Sabbath. We would have a place for all matter of controversies. If we wanted to know about the preparation day and what Yahweh said according to Exodus, the 16th chapter, dealing with the preparation day, all these matters was to be brought in the place that Yahweh placed his name, that Yahweh chose. And in that day, being under the covenant of the law, you will find the heads of the tribes, which was the priests, which was the judges, and you would have found the priests. Thus it tells us again in Exodus 22, verse 9, for all matter of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any matter of lost thing, which another challenge to be his. The cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judge shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or a beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both, that he have not put his hand into his neighbor's goods. And the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, and the owner thereof bring not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, and this is your law, this is what was constituted in the land of Canaan, he shall not make it good. For if it be an hard thing, it came for his hire. And then it says, continuing with the law, for those that teach that they are under it, and if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, that is not engaged, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her into him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. And if there is a matter of controversy among these things, we all seen where the two parties were to go. It tells us in the 17th verse, if her father utterly refuse to give her into him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of a virgin. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, which there are many people claiming to be witches today, and we have many people claiming to be under the covenant of the law. And they know about these witches, but they can never execute the judgment. And the only reason why is because they are not under the covenant of the law, nor are they in the country where these laws were to govern them in this great glory of all lands. So it tells us, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lies with a beast should surely be put to death. Well, on social media and many other media platforms, they display that each and every day, where people lying with beasts. And we have many people that call themselves being under the covenant of the law, and they just look the other way because they have no power in their hands to execute these great judgments that Yahweh commanded all of Israel to execute when they were under the covenant of the law. It continued to tell us, he that sacrificed into any God, and we see that all the time, even though we have many brothers and sisters pointing the finger at their Christian brothers and sisters, teaching that they are under the covenant of the law. They see these things happening on a daily, and they have no power in their hands to execute any sort of judgment. Thus it reads, he that sacrificed unto any God, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt neither, take note, thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. And take note of this next verse, for it reads, ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. And I started this presentation out by speaking about the burdens that we have endured by the teachings of our brothers and sisters dealing with tithes and offerings. And this burden also afflicts the widow and the fatherless, because in this unclean teaching of tithes and offerings, we have found that they even afflict the widow and the fatherless. And one should ask, how do they afflict the widow and the fatherless? Because they are even burdensome to the afflicted and the widow. They are requiring that the widow and the fatherless pay tithes and offerings. And we know that that is not correct, and we know that that is truly an affliction. Thus, in the law, it says, ye shall not afflict any widow or any fatherless child. And many of you can witness that you was fatherless and that you was husbandless, but they still required a tithe or an offering from you. And that is forward teachings that we are reproving our brothers and sisters on this day. It also tells us, if thou afflict them, please take note, and you're supposed to be the judge, being under the covenant of the law. You're supposed to be the witness, being under the covenant of the law. The scripture says, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law. And all the people shall say, amen. Well, we must confirm these words. For it tells us in the 23rd verse, if thou afflict them in any wise, tithes or offerings, it says, and they cry at all unto me, and they are crying. I meet people every day talking to me about tithes and offerings. And they are truly crying. They are truly burdensome. It has been a heavy yoke on these people, trying to keep up with your demands, trying to keep up with your schedule of time, and then they go back home to nothing. Their window of blessing is never open, but they constantly find themselves giving you their hard-earned money. Thus it tells us again in the 23rd verse, and we should tremble at these words, for it reads, if thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, and they do, I will surely hear their cry. And that's probably why there's one today that is reproving all the houses of Israel that collect tithes and offerings. It says, and my wrath shall wax hot and I will kill you. This should be more than enough to fear Yahweh and to depart from that evil. For he tells you, and my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword. And your wives, those that was recipients of that money that you robbed your brother and sister from, that never spoke up. It says, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless, because Yahweh allows one to weep what they sow. And he judged every man according to his doings. So if you are found guilty today of robbing your brothers and sisters by way of tithe and offerings, repent today and turn from thy evil. Flee from it. It also tells us, if thou lend money to any of my people, and the reason I'm including this is because the Almighty called our brothers and sisters that is forward in their teachings dealing with tithes and offerings, he called them robbers. He called them greedy dogs. And these greedy dogs, he says, could never have enough. And today, even though time was of the increase of the land of promise, many people apply in their forward teachings that time is come by way of money, that which you have increased on your job or whatever, your hustle or whatever the case is, where you getting this money. Well, they are so greedy, they have misunderstood Leviticus 27 chapter, which we will go there, and they have said, when you borrow from your tithes, please take note of the con game. When you borrow from your tithes, from the money that you have given, thinking and being taught that it was tithes and offerings, when you borrow from that, you must pay them a fifth. So you got to come back with the money you borrowed, and don't forget it was yours at the beginning. And you must include a fifth. That is a great example when the Almighty tells us that his people are greedy dogs that can never have enough. They are going to oppress you until the end, until they can't get nothing else out of you. And many of you, when you get fed up with them, you leave that place of congregation and you leave your hard-earned money with them. They talking about you like a dog, but you done left all of your hard-earned money. But again, there is none that you can cry to. For if we were under the covenant of the law, there would have been a place that you could have challenged your brother and showed that that belonged to you. Not so today, because we're not under the covenant of the law. Thus, they should not even be collecting tithes nor offerings from thee. Thus, the 25th verse reads again, if thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, and they are. Neither shall thou lay upon him usury. They do. If thou at all take thy neighbor raiment to plague, thou shalt deliver it into him by that the sun goes down. For that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. So is that paycheck. So is that money that you work for every day to put clothing on yourself and on your wives and on your children and pay for your bills, your mortgage. That is for you. But you got forward brothers and sisters that do not fear Yahweh, that have robbed you of such by way of tithes and offerings and by way of telling you that we are under the covenant of the law. It says, for that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass when he cry again, when he cry unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy fruit, the first of thy right fruits. For this presentation is called the first fruits, time in the priest. Thus we find in the law, thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy right fruits, and of thy liquors, the firstborn of thy sons, shall thou give unto me, if you were under the covenant of the law in the land of promise. Likewise shall thou do with thy oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam, and on the 8th day thou shalt give it me, and ye shall be holy. Note, these are words for the holy, and ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. So, based on what we read, if anything that might have went to those greedy dogs is something that was torn by beasts in the field. Maybe your teachers and marays will accept that. But that would have been the only thing that we will give them today. And even that is said under the covenant of the law, and that is talking about the beasts being torn, or the flesh being torn by beasts in your field. This is not just talking about any field. This is a field dealing with the land, or the glory of all land. Thus, while we find ourselves in Exodus, let's pick up in the 23rd chapter, dealing with more laws. And what we find dealing in the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 10th verse, more laws dealing with the land, dealing with the increase, and also, mind you, we are reading these laws to show the matter of controversy, because there should be controversy based on what you have been taught and what you are reading this day. A controversy is if you see one thing and you hear one thing and your brother and sister try to tell you another. That is a matter of controversy. The Almighty want you to see only this one truth. There is only one truth dealing with his word. So to be put back on the right path, we must squash the controversy. Thus, it tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 10th verse. And it reads, in the 10th verse of the 23rd chapter of Exodus, in 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest, and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thy ox and thy ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the names of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me. In the year thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou came out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. It lets us know where our labors came from. Our labors did not come from a factory. Our labors did not come from a job. Our labors and our increase thereof came by way of the field and by way of the firstlings of all the beasts. So that is the increase that the Almighty has spoken about. Those are the same increases that Abraham was made known of, and same goes with his grandson Jacob. It's talking about increase of the field. It is not talking about labor in your enemy's land. Thus, it continued to tell us in the 17th verse, 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not see it or boil a kid in his mother's milk. So it allows us to know that the first of the first fruits of your land, your dwellings, your inheritance thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh. And we found out in the vow of Jacob that the house of Yahweh denoted the land of Canaan. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, the book of Deuteronomy, and let's take a look at the 15th chapter, the book of Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter. And it tells us, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads and tells us at the end, and please take note of these words, because your brother is tying it all together. Even though every chapter we go to, we don't see the word time, but we see the concept. We see that Yahweh is requiring that which is past, and we see that he is not changing. Thus, if we take a look at Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter, and mind you what we're about to read, because many people teach that when they teach forwardness, that they can use the tithe for whatever they believe they can use them for, even including taking care of the poor. Well, that is an add-on. That is teaching forwardness, because when we read the law of time, we will find out exactly what Yahweh requires, and we will find exactly who are the recipients of those tithes. There is no need to add. There is no need to turn to the right or to the left on anything that Yahweh has said. Thus, we will find in the 15th chapter how the poor was to be taken care of. And note, when in our search, we will not find by way of tithes and offerings. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter, the very first verse. At the end of every 7 years, thou shalt make a release. And even in this release, you can challenge if there is a matter of controversy. It tells us in the second verse, and this is the matter of the release. Every creditor that lend aught into his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called Yahweh's release. Of a foreigner, thy mayest exact it again, but that which is thine with thy brother, thy hand shall release. Save when there shall be no poor among you, for Yahweh shall greatly bless thee in the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, for an inheritance to possess it. Here's another proof that we are not under the covenant of the law today, and we dealing with another fact, that the increase and dealing with the poor denotes them being in their inheritance, in the land that they possess. The 5th verse reads, only if thou carefully hearken into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim. And the only way that you can carefully hearken to Yahweh's voice is to confirm, knowledge, and witness every word. Only if thou carefully hearken into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe, to do all these commandments, which I command thee this day. For Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend into many nations, but thou shalt not borrow. Well, today we are the borrowers. Even by way of tithes and offerings, we got people borrowing from us. But we are the borrowers. And thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. Today we reign over no one, and everyone reigns over us. The 7th verse reads, if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, thou shalt not hearken thy heart, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother. And note, today, the poor brother is the one that's giving. Note, today, the poor sister is the one that's giving, hoping that on the back end, they find some mercy. It tells us in the 8th verse, but thou shalt open thy hand wide into him, and shall surely lend him significant for his need in that which he wants. Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thy eyes be evil against thy poor brother, and thou give him aught or not, and he cry unto Yahweh against thee. And as I stated, many people are crying against you today because you're not giving him aught. Instead, he's giving you. And it be sin into thee. Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou give into him, because that for this thing Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy works, and all that thou puttest thy hand into. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to the needy in thy land. So if we understand these words according to time and place, even though you might find the poor among you today, these words do not denote the poor that you find among you today. But if you were in your land and the poor was among you, these words denotes you and that poor man. Not so today. So they are totally in error when they say they use tithes to take care of the poor. And you know they are backbiting because many times the tithes you took was from the fatherless and the widow. Even though you try to confess to us that you did so to take care of the poor. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, the 58th chapter. And what we find in Isaiah, the 58th chapter, is an indictment against our fathers that was forward in their doing and in their teachings. Isaiah, the 58th chapter. And let's read the 14 verses that this chapter has. And it reads, cry aloud, spare not, especially during this time of controversy. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sin. And it's truly evil, because you refuse to fear Yahweh. The second verse reads, yet they seek me daily and delight to know my way. And many times we are robbed by our brothers and sisters in these hell houses or these hell holes, and it is done early. And we believe that the men that are receiving our money stand in the stead of Elohim. But we find out by way of testimony that they are not. So the Almighty tells one to cry aloud and spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet. Reprove them and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways. They're going to go and read Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, but they're going to do the opposite. It says, yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness and forsook not the ordinance of their Elohim. They asked of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching Elohim, and many of them lie on Elohim. They say this is Elohim doing, and they lie to us in the name of Yahweh. Wherefore have we fast, said they, and thou seest not. Wherefore have we afflict our soul, and thou take no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast ye find pleasure, and erect all your labors. Behold, ye fast for strife, and debate, and to smite with the fist of the wicked, of wickedness. Ye shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high. Is it such a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Will I call this a fast, an acceptable day to Yahweh? The 6th verse reads, is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness as we are doing today, dealing with tithes and offerings. To undo the heavy burdens and to let the oppressed go free, that ye break every yoke. Exactly. And that is the purpose of this presentation today. To loose the bands of wickedness that is placed upon us, and to undo the heavy burdens that our brothers and sisters endure today by way of tithes and offerings being taught to us, and to let the oppressed go free, to deliver them out of the congregations of the dead, that ye break every yoke. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thy bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou covers him, and that thou hide not thyself from thy own flesh. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thy health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of Yahweh shall be thy reward. Then shall thou call, and Yahweh shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke of oppression, the yoke of lying, the yoke of robbery, it says, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity. And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry, and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday. And Yahweh shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones. So you don't have to give your hard-earned money to be a recipient of this. You need to know the truth. You need to know the difference between one speaking the truth and one that is speaking forwardness. It says, and Yahweh shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones, and thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose water fails not. And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. We building the institution of time back up, which many of our forward brothers have torn down. It says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations, even the generations all the way back to what Abraham said and Jacob said, of many generations. And thou shalt be called the repair of the breach, the restorer of paths to dwell in. And that's all we're trying to show today, the path that the Israelites was to dwell in concerning tithes and offerings, concerning the priests, concerning the first fruits. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, please take note for those that want to know, what are we to do today? How is this great 7th day honored in the eyes of the Creator? It says, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasures on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, which we do. We acknowledge how delightful the 7th day is, how delightful the Almighty created the 7th day, and how he hallowed it, how he sanctified it, how he made it holy. It says, and call his Sabbath a delight, the holy of Yahweh, and that's exactly what we call it, if you under it or not. Honorable. It is truly honorable, especially when you understand how it was made known to the children of Israel, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasures, nor speaking thy own way, thy own words. But what we recommend is to fear him and depart from evil, even on this great day. Then shall thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I, the Creator himself, will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage. And this heritage denote all of those first fruits. This heritage denote all of the increase that the Almighty has blessed the children of Israel therewith in the land of promise. Thus it ends by saying, then shall thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father. And what did Jacob promise? Or what did Jacob vow? For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. It also tells us, if we go back to the book of the law, the book of Deuteronomy, and let's take a look at the 16th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. And what we find in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 9th verse, and let's read. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, the 9th verse, 7 weeks shall thy number into thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou begin to put the shekel to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto Yahweh thy Elohim with a tribute of a free will offering of thy hand, which thou shalt give unto Yahweh thy Elohim, according as Yahweh thy Elohim has blessed thee, not according as Yahweh has cursed thee. Today you curse. The 11th verse reads, and thou shalt rejoice before Yahweh thy Elohim, thou and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gate, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, and the place which Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen to place his name there. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe to do these statutes. It tells us, thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacle 7 days. After that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feet, thy and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maid servant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gate. 7 days shall thou keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh thy Elohim, in the place which Yahweh shall choose. Because Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy what? Increase, and in all the work of thy hand. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. And they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. And why not? Because it will be during a time that he has increased thee. It will be during a time that he has blessed thee and not cursed thee. Thus the 17th verse reads, every man shall give as he is able. This is the time that you are giving as that which you are able to give, not in a captive state, not while you find yourself being a servant and afflicted. Thus the 17th verse commands Israel, every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing, not according to the cursing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he have given thee, or which he have blessed thee. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it tells us if we take a look at the first 7 verses, and it reads, the priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi. And please take note of this anointing. Take note of this charge that is being given to one of the tribes of Israel. And this charge denotes all of Israel, because the priests and the Levites are sharing the burden of all the people. That is what the Almighty has placed upon them. So when we read the laws of the priests, please mind you that this denotes the law of the whole house of Israel. This is not a separate entity for one tribe, and when Israel finds itself in trouble, that it only denotes that particular tribe. No, it denotes them all. Just like I stated last week, dealing with the house of David and the house of Levi. Well, that's only 2 houses out of all the houses. So when the Levites in the house of David find themselves in trouble, all the people find themselves in trouble. If we remember the story of the two sins that David committed, and the Almighty sent the prophet to him to tell him which punishment will he receive. And he said that he preferred to receive the punishment from Yahweh because man had no mercy. Well, what was the content of the punishment? What was in the content of the punishment? Was it not the people being killed? Did not many of the other tribes die because of the people of the other tribes die because of the sin of David? Absolutely. So when the king and the priest carry the burden of the people, it allows us to know that the Almighty is considering all 12 tribes. So these rules and regulations that we are receiving today about tithes and offerings going to the priests, it only denotes the 12 tribes. All the other tribes received an inheritance. Yahweh became the Levite inheritance. So whatever is received to the Levites or the priests, it only denotes what was given to the other tribes. And we were only to give the tithe or the tenth of our increase to our brother because he did not have an inheritance. This is the way that Yahweh has orchestrated that the Levites be a recipient of the blessing, to be a recipient of the increase by having the other 11 tribes to give a tenth of their increase. So today, we should ask ourselves, well, why are we paying tithes today? If the 11 tribes have not an inheritance, have not an increase, why are we trying to make sure these men that call themselves priests, why are we trying to make sure they are a recipient of an inheritance when we, the 11 tribes that supposed to give them a tenth of our increase, that they may be a recipient of the blessing? Why are we doing it today when we're not a recipient of the blessings, nor a recipient of our inheritance? That's backwards. That's adding and taking away. That is a forward teaching. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, the first verse. The priests, the Levites, and all the tribes of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. And all these offerings came by way of the people and his inheritance. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. Yahweh is their inheritance, as he has said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due. This is his due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep, or they shall give into the priests the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the maw, the first fruit also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shall thou give him. For Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen him. Please take note the significance of the priest. For Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand to minister in the name of Yahweh, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourn, and come with all the desire of his mind, and to the place which Yahweh shall choose. And a lot of times, people misconstrue these words, and they say, well, as long as he a priest, you supposed to pay tithes wherever the moray acting like he a priest. If it's in Atlanta, and you traveling to Atlanta, and you find a house of Israel, then pay your tithes there. If you in Chicago and you got some people there calling themselves morays or priests, then you can pay your tithes there. Well, all of that is a lie. All of that is forwardness, because we just read in the 6th verse, and if a Levite, even if you knew yourself being a Levite, still you would be an heir today, because it tells us in the 6th verse, and if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourn, and come with all the desire of his mind, wanting to be a priest, wanting to be a minister, wanting to fulfill the words that Yahweh spoke to the house of Levi, it says, and to the place which Yahweh shall choose, they still find themselves at the wrong place. They still find themselves using the wrong map. They are coming with their minds, but they find themselves at the wrong place, and that is an error. Then he shall minister in the name of Yahweh his Elohim, as all his brethren, the Levites, do, which stand there before Yahweh. So it allows us to know there's a way to seem right unto a man, but the end thereof is death. And we don't want death because being right in our own eyes. We don't want to be a recipient of death because we refuse to confirm and acknowledge every word. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Malachi, because we want to take heed to what Yahweh said, and we are able to show that there is truly a controversy among us today, because we have been taught one thing and the scriptures is teaching us another. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Malachi, the 1st chapter, and it reads, if we pick up at the 5th verse, for there is only one way to do all that Yahweh has said. And the Almighty just let us know that the priests and the Levites had no inheritance. Yahweh was their inheritance, and their 11 brothers was to bring forth their increase, that their brothers can eat and live and be a recipient of the blessings. Thus, it tells us to the forward, to those that continue to add and take away from the great words of Yahweh. A son honors his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, and you heard the words that the Father has spoken, it says, if then I be a father, where is my honor? The only way you can honor Yahweh is acknowledging and confirming and witnessing every word. That is showing your honor. That is showing your fear. That is showing your integrity. It says, and if I be a master, when Yahweh, the creator of the heaven and earth, the Almighty, is truly the master. Thus it reads, if I be a master, where is my fear? And we're going to find this great word fear in the law of time. Because if you did it, if you obeyed it as it was spoken, as it is written, it is a great example of your integrity. It is a great example and testimony of your fear. So remember this word and remember what is read. If I be a master, if what I said is mastery, where is my fear, said Yahweh of hosts? And to you, the ones I put in charge, O priests, that despise my name, if you're not doing it as I commanded, you are despising my words. You are despising the things that my name is upon. And ye say, wherein have we despised thy name? If ye offer polluted bread on my altar, and ye say, wherein have we polluted thee? And that ye say, the table of Yahweh is contemptible. And if you offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil? If you offer anything other than what I commanded, is it not evil? And if you offer the lame and sick, is it not evil? Offer it now unto thy governor. Will he be pleased with thee, or accept thy person, said Yahweh of hosts? And now I pray you, beseech Elohim, that he will be glorious or gracious unto us. This has been by your means. Will he regard your person, said Yahweh of hosts? Who is there even among you that will shut the doors for naught? Neither do ye kindle fire on my altar for naught. I have no pleasure in you, said Yahweh of hosts. Neither will I accept any or accept an offering at your hand. For from the rising of the sun, even into the going down of the same, my name shall be great among the Gentiles. And in every place incense shall be offered into my name. And a pure offering for my name shall be great among the heathen, said Yahweh of hosts. But the forward, those that I have established, but ye have profaned it, and that ye say, the table of Yahweh is polluted, and the fruit thereof, even his meat, is contemptible. Ye said also, behold, what a wearisome or wearisome or weariness is it, that ye have snuffed at it, said Yahweh of hosts, and ye brought that which was torn, and the lame, and the sick, thus ye brought an offering. Should I accept this of your hand, said Yahweh? In many ways we can relate the things that we bring forth as this sickness that many of the priests would accept. Because what we bring forth is contemptible. What we bring forth is a weariness. And the Almighty said that would never be accepted, even though I never told you to do it. But I'm letting you know it would never be accepted. The 14th verse reads, but cursed be the deceiver, which have in his flock a male, and vows and sacrifice into Yahweh a corrupt thing. And that's what you're doing. You are sacrificing, at least that's what you say out your mouth. You say the tithes going to Yahweh. Well, we never see it going to Yahweh, but that which you said is going to Yahweh is actually a corrupt thing. It is not what our fathers ever offered. For I am a great king, said Yahweh of hosts, and my name is dreadful among the heathen. It also tells us, if we take a look back in Deuteronomy, and this time let's go straight to the law of time. Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, if we pick up at the 22nd verse, and it reads, and please pay attention to these verses, for it tells us, thou shalt truly tie all the increase of thy seed that the field bring forth year by year. And please mind you, when these instructions was being done or being given, the children of Israel was in the wilderness. They were in the wilderness, and this book of Deuteronomy denotes the 40th year of their wandering. This is the last year of their wandering in the wilderness. And they are about to enter the glory of all lands. And the Almighty told them, dealing with this glory of all lands, and read again in the 22nd verse, thou shalt truly tie all the increase of thy seed, that the field in that great land brings forth year by year. This is the only land that we will find throughout our entire scripture that Yahweh ever spoke about time, that our fathers ever spoke about time. Thus, the 23rd verse reads, and thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, the same place that you were to bring all matters of controversy if you found yourself under the covenant of the law. Well, the Almighty is saying the same thing. If you found yourself under the covenant of the law of time, dealing with the first year tithe, denotes that you were to come, or that you shall eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, of thy oil, not your money, and the firstling of thy herds, and of thy flock. And note, please take note, that thou mayest learn, here go that word, that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh, thy Elohim. How long? Always. For Yahweh changes not. So when you find yourself under the covenant of the law, and you find yourself in the matter of tithes and offerings, it allows us to know exactly where, when, and why Yahweh commanded Israel to pay tithes. And if you took heed, if the words of Yahweh's voice was pleasant into thy soul, it tells us that ye may learn to fear Yahweh. So it is showing your integrity. It is showing your fear when you confirm every word as it is written. When you reprove your brother and sister dealing with tithes and offerings, it is a witness that you fear, or that you have learnt to fear Yahweh. In so much you refuse to allow your brother and sisters to add or take away anything that Yahweh have said dealing with tithes and offerings. And when you do so, it is a witness that ye have truly learned to fear Yahweh. Even if it's just in this matter, you have truly learned to fear Yahweh. The 24th verse reads, and if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, because you had to go to the place that Yahweh placed his name. And if the place be too far from thee, which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to set his name there, when Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, not when he cursed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money. This is one of the few renderings of money. There is another rendering of money found in Exodus, the 30th chapter, dealing with atonement. But here, under time, this is one of the exceptions where you find the actual word money. But you must take heed to every word, and we must confirm every word, because every word of Elohim is pure. You are not to add nor take away, because if you do, you will be found a liar, like most if not all our brothers and sisters have been found a liar that have tried to entice Israel to pay tithe by way of money. For it tells us in the 25th verse, then shall thou turn it into money. And do what with the money? It says, and bind up the money in thy hand, not in the bank, not in your brother's account, not in a GoFundMe. It says, then shall thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thy hand, and shall go into the place. You still must find yourself in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And when you follow and obey the instructions and find yourself in the place that Yahweh shall choose, after you done bind up the money in thy hand, the 26th verse instructions says this. And thou shalt bestow by that money, or use that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after. The same thing that you lust to give Yahweh from all of your increase, those are the same thing that you are to bestow that money for. And it gives you an example in case you have missed the point. It says, for oxen, for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desire, and thou shalt eat. So whatever your soul is designed, it denotes the increase of the field and the firstling of your animals, because it allows us to know by way of context that whatever it is, it was something that was to be eaten there, not wherever you at, but eaten there before Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt rejoice in thy household, and the Levite that is within thy gate. Thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. This is denoting, that denoted the first year tithe, and then we pick up at the 8th verse that many people teach this is the time we are under today. It says, at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase the same year, and shall lay it up within thy gates. Well, as the scripture says, they love to consult Yahweh like a people that does righteousness. And they will read this 28th verse, and right after they read it, they will give you their great revelation and tell you to pay tithes every Sabbath, or tell you to pay tithes every Saturday, or tell you to pay tithes whenever you get it. Well, that is not the law. And those words are unclean when it comes to the words of the law. For the law tells us in the 28th verse, at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithes of thy increase the same year, and shall lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he have, note the reason why the Levite is a recipient, because he have no part nor inheritance with thee. So the Levite is a recipient because he have no part nor inheritance with thee. And he is a recipient of your inheritance. He is a recipient of your part. And the stranger and the fatherless and the widow which are within thy gate shall come and shall eat. It don't say they shall come and pay tithes as they do in these hellholes today. That is an add-on. That is a takeaway. That is a forward teaching, which will denote a trespass. It says, and the widow which are within thy gates shall come and shall eat and be satisfied. That Yahweh thy Elohim, take note, may bless thee in all the works of thy hand, which Yahweh or which thy does. So here is the law of time. It gives us precise instructions. It allows us to know who, why, and when. It allows us to understand that this is a giving from the 11 brothers to the brother that do not have an inheritance, because Yahweh is his inheritance. And what that means is, when you start to give your burnt offerings, your peace offerings, your sacrifices to Yahweh, they are actually given to the priests and the Levite. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah again, this time let's go to the 56th chapter, because even though we just read these instructions very plainly, we have people that Yahweh called greedy dogs that have twisted these verses that we just read very plainly to benefit them. They have become wiser than their Creator. They are on a forward path. We just read where at the end of every 3 years that Israel was commanded in their land to put up their increase in their gates. And we got sagacious brothers and sisters today that have came up with a better reasoning. And they said, well, Yahweh know that you can't keep no tithe for 3 years. So instead of you sinning against Yahweh's word, and you ain't, you just sinning, or you're just not obeying your teacher words. But they said in this wise, instead of you sinning, trying to store up 3 years of increase, we in our council have come to the conclusion that it is best to just pay tithes every Saturday, or pay tithes every Shabbat, or pay tithes whenever you get it. But Almighty said that is not his word. Those are words from the forward. Those are words from men that sow discord among brethren. Those are words of men being right in their own eyes. Thus, it tells us in Isaiah 56. If we pick up at the 9th verse, Isaiah 56, verse 9. And it reads to the 12th verse. All ye beasts of the field come to devour. Yea, all ye beasts in the forest. His watchmen, and many of these brothers, that's what they tell you. They the shepherd, they the pastor, they the watchman. It says his watchmen are blind. They must be blind if they can't make a distinction between every 3 years and every Sabbath. His watchmen are blind. They are all arrogant or ignorant. They just don't know, even though they act like they do. Even though they stand before you and tell you they've been teaching for 20 and 30 and 40 years. They just don't know. The Almighty tells us that they are truly blind. If they tell you that you are to change the end of every 3 years in the land of promise to every week in the land of your enemies, they are truly blind and they are truly arrogant or ignorant. They are all of them, even those that solicit with them. They are all dumb dogs. They cannot bark. They can't warn you of nothing. And they definitely ain't going to warn you about themselves robbing you. Thus the Almighty said, they cannot bark. Sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. They ain't going to go to work. Why should they? When you paying them, when you giving them your money, why should they work? Yea, they are greedy dogs, which can never have enough. To the extent they will twist Leviticus, the 27th chapter, and tell you that if you in dire strait and you need to borrow some of this money back that you gave me, you must repay me a fifth of what you borrowed that was truly yours. If that ain't greedy, I don't know what it's called. But I know what it's called, and we're reading what it's called. And the Almighty called them greedy dogs, which can never have enough. And they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own ways. If you stop paying them tithes, they will put you out. They will be against anybody that don't try to feed them. No matter how much that brother understand the scripture, when you take them about to the tithes, they are ostracizing you. They're going to character assassinate you just because you have learned to fear Yahweh. And you are willing to tell your brother and sister exactly what the law of tithing is saying, and they will ostracize you. They will character assassinate you. They will call you cheap. They even criticize you for robbing the Almighty. Many people have solicited tithes by pointing the finger at you. It says, Yea, they are greedy dogs, which can never have enough, and they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way, everyone for his gain from his quarter. Come ye, say they, I will fetch wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink. And that's what they do. They drink that Mother Chevy and all that after class, after they just robbed you, counting up their purse or their gain. It says, come ye, said they, I will fetch wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink. And tomorrow, the next week, shall be as this day, and much more abundant. So the Almighty lets us know how he feels about those that do not acknowledge and confirm and witness the instructions dealing with tithes and dealing with the priest who he has put over this great statue. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy again, by the law and by the testimonies. Well, the law tells us again in the book of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 12th chapter, Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. And what do we find here? More instructions. And this instruction continue to allow us to know that a geographical location is always included when we dealing with the law of tithes and offerings. Thus it reads in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. And let's start at the 12th verse. For it will continue to allow us to know that we are on the right track, and this tithe and offering truly denote a statue. And if we had any matter of controversy dealing with a statue, if we were under the covenant of the law, we were to come to the place that Yahweh placed his name. And we were to go with the judgment of the judge and the priest that day. And all the people was to say amen once they sing the great instructions as we are seeing this day. So it tells us these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do. Where? Wherever you at, wherever you find yourself, whatever you call your dwelling, it says, observe to do in the land. Singular. It's talking about one geographical location which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee to possess it. So this place must denote a land that you own, that your inheritance is there, that you possess all the days that you live upon the earth. It denotes one geographical place, one geographical location, one land upon the entire earth. It reads, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their God. Upon the mount, upon the high mountains, and upon the hills, and under every green tree. And ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire. And ye shall heave down the graven image of their gods in your land, and destroy the names of them out of that place, your land. Ye shall not do so into Yahweh your Elohim, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation. To your brother's habitation shall ye seek, and tighter thy shall come, and tighter ye shall bring, please take note, your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes. And a lot of people say, well, no, he got it mixed up. It's talking about the first year tithe. And it is talking about the first year tithe when you were supposed to bring it in the place that Yahweh chose. But the third year tithe was still collected and given in that country. It was just not given in that city that Yahweh chose. Thus it reads, and your tithes and heave offerings. The heave offering is the best of the tithe. The heave offering denote a tenth of all that was tithed. And we will get there soon. But since the wording is here, I wanted to expound. And heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstling of your herd. So any free will offering is commanded to be given in the land that you possess, the same land that you inherit. And the firstlings for this presentation is called the first fruits, time in the priest. So it allows us to know, and the firstlings of your herds and of your flock. And then the instruction boldly states, and there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim. And ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, not cursed thee, but blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. And that's what we find in many of these classes. Every man being right in his own eyes, refusing to confirm, acknowledge, and witness all the words that Yahweh have instructed the children of Israel in dealing with tithes and offerings. For ye are not as yet, note, for ye are not as yet come to the rest, to your dwellings, to the land that you possess, to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. But, as your brother is trying to teach you today, but when ye go over Jordan and dwell in your dwellings, it says, and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies, and we know we ain't resting from our enemies when we find ourselves in the midst of our enemies, when we find ourselves paying tithes with the income of our enemies. But it tells us But when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in your dwellings in safety, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you. If you forget, it reads, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithe, and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows, which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim. It shouldn't be no burden. It shouldn't be weariness. It says, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your men servant, and your maid servant, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest, nor your tithe, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose in one of thy tribes. There thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all, which includes the tithe, all that I command thee. It also tells us, if we take a look, while we still in the book of Deuteronomy, let's take a look at the 26th chapter. The 26th chapter of Deuteronomy. For Yahweh changes not. He say what he means, and he mean what he say. Thus we find in the 26th chapter, the very first verse, and it reads, and it shall be when thou art come, note the instructions, and it's even going to have Abram's name in this, and we should readily relate to what was said in the beginning. But it tells us, and it shall be when thou art come into the land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance, and possesses it, and dwellest your dwellings therein, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land. Note, it said the fruit of the earth, but it's talking about your country. It says, which thou shalt bring of thy land, that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, and shall put it in a basket, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name there. And thou shalt go into the priest, note, that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day, and many of you can never say these words without being found a liar. I profess this day into Yahweh thy Elohim, that I am come into this country. You ain't in that country. You in Chicago. You in Cincinnati. You in all these other cities in the enemy's country, talking about you paying tithes or you collecting tithes, and you have the right to do so. Well, it reads in the 3rd verse. And thou shalt go into the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto Yahweh thy Elohim, that I am come into the country which Yahweh sware unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of thy hand, not the Tithing, and set it down before the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt speak and say, before Yahweh thy Elohim, a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few and became there a nation. But he didn't pay tithes there. Great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto Yahweh, Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice and looked on our affliction and our labor and our oppression. And Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he had brought us into this place, and have given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land. And note what the first fruits denote. The first fruits of that inheritance. The first fruit of the land that you possess. The first fruits of your country. Not wherever you are at. Does it read? And now, behold, I have brought, the 10th verse, the first fruit of the land, which thy Yahweh has given me. And thou hast set it before Yahweh thy Elohim, and worship before Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh thy Elohim hath given thee. And into thy house, thy and the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. When thy, please take note, when thou hast made an end of time, all the tithes of thy increase the 3rd year, which is the year of time, and has given it unto the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. It don't supposed to be a burden. Then thou shalt say before Yahweh thy Elohim, many of you can never witness this, nor confess this. I have brought away the hollow thing out of my house, and also have given them and to the Levite, and to the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow. And as I stated, many of you can never witness this because you don't know who the Levite is, and you are collecting tithes from the stranger, from the fatherless, and from the widow. It says, according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me, I have not transgressed. Many of you have. And that's why we are reproving you today, because we are witnesses that you have transgressed. You have added or taken away from the words of Yahweh. But here it says, I have not. Those that are doing it in obedience, those that found themselves under the covenant of the law, in their land, doing it as instructed, they can confess, I have not transgressed thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. And maybe that is one of the reasons or the excuses that our brothers and sisters are robbing us today, because they have forgotten these great instructions. The 14th verse says, I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, and many people have collected tithes, and they have spent that money dealing with their mournings. Neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use. Many of our brothers and sisters are guilty for robbing us by way of tithes and offerings, and even using them for things that are unclean. They will readily say, who is going to pay the light bill? Who is going to pay the electric? Who is going to pay the rent? They always come up with reasonments like that. Being a greedy dog, well, those reasonments denote uncleanness. We are making the distinction right now between the clean, that which Yahweh has said, and the unclean, which denote the things Yahweh have not spoken. It says, nor given aught thereof for the dead. Many people have used tithe money to bury someone, but I have hearkened to the voice of Yahweh my Elohim, and have done according to all, not the best I can, not leaning upon my own understanding, but according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given us, as thou swears unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. It includes by saying, this day Yahweh thy Elohim have commanded thee to do all these statutes and judgments. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched Yahweh this day to be thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes, as we are reading, and his commandments, and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And Yahweh have avouched thee this day to be his particular people, as he hath promised thee, and that thou should keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations which he hath made, and praise, and in the name, and in name, and in honor, and that thou mayest be an holy people, and to Yahweh thy Elohim, as he hath spoken. So the only way that you can be holy, the only way that you can be this particular people, if you find yourself under the covenant of the law, doing all that he hath spoken. And we are showing that they have not done even half of what he has spoken. And we have given them an excuse by saying maybe they have forgotten what he has said. But that excuse does not make them not in error. They still are in error. They still are transgressing against his word. And doing many of the things that he hates. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, let's take a look in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, to continue to show that Yahweh mean what he say, and he say what he mean. None of his words will ever return back to him void. So we can show from the beginning to the end, when our fathers were in obedience, they did all that Yahweh commanded. And he never changed. Thus we find in the 23rd chapter of Leviticus, if we pick up at the 10th verse and read to the 14th verse. And it tells us, speak into the children of Israel. I'll start at the 9th verse to let you know the authority is speaking. And Yahweh speak into Moses, saying, speak into the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheep before Yahweh to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. And ye shall offer that day, when ye wave the sheep, and he lamb without blemish of the first year, for a burnt offering unto Yahweh. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, for a sweet Savior. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. The 14th verse is the last verse I will read. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering into your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. And we shall understand, according to this 14th verse, that all your dwellings denoted what was said in the 10th verse, where it reads, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye become into the land which I give unto you, and ye shall reap the harvest thereof. Well, it ended by saying, it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. So this dwellings got to denote the 10th verse, which denoted your land, not wherever you are at. It also tells us, by way of testimony, just like we seen the law in Deuteronomy 26 and Leviticus 23, well, by way of testimony, if we turn our scripture to the book of Nehemiah, the 10th chapter, we will even see a testimony dealing with these great words that Yahweh changes not on. Let's go to Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. And it reads, if we pick up at the 35th verse, Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. And let's pick up at the 35th verse. And it reads, and to bring the first fruits, I'll start at the 32nd verse. Excuse me. Let's start at the 29th verse. Let's understand what is being said and how we relate this great testimony to what we done read thus far. So let's start at the 39th verse, or the 29th verse of the 10th chapter of Nehemiah. And it reads, they cleave to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into a curse. And the book of Nehemiah denotes the children of Israel coming out of Babylon, re-establishing, restoring the land and the people and the law. Thus, the 29th verse reads, they cleave to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in Elohim's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of Elohim, and to observe and do all the commandments of Yahweh our master. If I be the master, where is my fear? Our master and his judgments and his statutes. And that we would not give our daughters into the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year and the extraction of every day. Also, we made ordinances for ourselves to charge ourselves yearly with the 3rd part of the shekel for the service of the house of our Elohim, for the shewbread, and for the continual meat offering, and for the continual burnt offering of the Sabbaths, of the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offerings, to make an atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our Elohim. And we cast the lots among priests, the Levites, and the people for the wood offering, to bring it into the house of our Elohim, after the houses of our fathers, at times appointed, year by year, to burn upon the altar of Yahweh our Elohim, as it is written in the law. And to bring the first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of all fruit of all trees, year by year, into the house of Yahweh, which denote the first year time. Also, the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our herds and of our flock, to bring to the house of our Elohim, and to the priests that minister in the house of our Elohim. And that we should bring the first fruits of our dough, and of our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine, of oil, and to the priests, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim. And the tithes of our ground, and to the Levites, that the same Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our tillage, dwelling. And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levites when the Levites take tithes. And the Levites shall bring up the tithes, please take note, of the tithes of the house into the house of our Elohim, to the chambers and to the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall bring the offering of the corn, of the new wine, and the oil into the chambers, where are the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests that minister, and the porters, and the singers, and we will not forsake the house of our Elohim. So if we're doing it any other way, being under the covenant of the law, we are forsaking the house of Elohim. We are forsaking the priest, the Levite, the widow, the fatherless, and the stranger that were born in our house and bought with our money. It also tells us, after we've seen that great testimony, let us take a look in the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the 7th chapter. And we find in Jeremiah, the 7th chapter, a testimony against our fathers. If we pick up at the 21st verse, and we will read to the 28th verse, and it reads, Jeremiah 7, verse 21 to 28. It says, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, put your burnt offerings into your sacrifices, and eat flesh. He's speaking against. Jeremiah is preaching against our fathers, for them not taking heed to all the words of the instructions. Thus it says, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, put your burnt offerings into your sacrifices, and eat flesh. For I speak not to your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But this thing commanded I them, saying, as we are saying today, obey my voice, and I will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people, and walk ye in all, not some, not the best you can, but walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that ye may be well, or that it may be well unto you. And we know what was said in Genesis the 4th chapter. If thou does well, thou shalt be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. The 24th verse reads, but they hearken not, nor incline their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart, to where they are telling us that you are to pay tithes, being a servant and being afflicted in the enemy's land every Saturday, or whenever you get it. Thus it says, and went backwards and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt, even unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants, the prophets, daily, rising up early and sending them. Yet they hearken not unto me, nor incline their ear, but hearkened their neck. They did worse than their fathers. Therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them. But they will not hearken. They still going to collect tithes on Saturday. They still going to deceive the people and say, hey, the brother right. We ain't collecting tithes no more. We just collecting offerings. The scripture says, therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them. But they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, as we are calling today by way of presentation, the first fruits. It says, thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. But thou shalt say unto them, this is a nation that obey not the voice of Yahweh their Elohim, nor receive reproof or receive correction. Truth, as we are giving it, is perished and is cut off from their mouths. Thus, we are presenting this presentation today to try once again to reprove our brothers and our sisters with that which is written. It also tells us, if we turn to the book of Malachi, let's go back to the book of Malachi. This time, let's consult the 3rd chapter of Malachi. Malachi, the 3rd chapter. And this is furthering proving that the truth is cut off, that they refuse to receive correction or reproof. Thus, it tells us in the 3rd chapter of Malachi, and let's start at the very first verse, and it reads, behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the master whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, said Yahweh of hosts, but who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner fire, to clean the dross off of you, to clean the disobedience off of you. Who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire, like a fuller's soap. And he shall sit as a refiner, as a reprover, and purifier of silver. And he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto Yahweh an offering and righteousness, according to the instructions. Then shall the offering of Yehudah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto Yahweh, as in the days of old. And we just read what was required in the days of old, and as in the former years. And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against false swearers, and against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, and the widow, and the fatherless, that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear. No, when you're not doing as Yahweh instructed, when you do the tithes any other way, it denotes that you don't fear him. No matter what you say out your mouth, the Almighty has witnessed against you, and he has opened up our ears to allow us to know that those greedy dogs do not fear me. Thus it ends by saying, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me. Who said this? Said Yahweh of hosts. For I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. Even from the days of your fathers, ye are gone away from me, or from my ordinances, and have not kept them. Return into me, and I will return into you, said Yahweh of hosts. But many of our brothers and sisters going to say, wherein shall we return? You mean stop collecting tithes? You mean give this stuff back to the people we took it from? It reads, will a man rob Elohim? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. Just like they will rob his children. It says, will a man rob Elohim? Yet ye have robbed me. How? Could what our brother bringing forth today be true? Are those great, sincere brothers and sisters truly robbers? Were they sincerely wrong by collecting tithes and offerings from the servant, from a servant and one that is being afflicted in the enemy's land? Absolutely. Thus the 8th verse reads, will a man rob Elohim? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. If you forsake the instruction, if you forsake the statute, you have trespassed, and you are robbing the Almighty, just like you have robbed his children. And once you understand this, once you hear this reproving, once you hear this correction, you should fear Yahweh. And don't just fear him, but depart from that evil. Ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. When they were under the covenant of the law, when they found themselves in their inheritance, possessing it, it reads, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouses, like we just read about the testimony in the book of Nehemiah. That's what they were doing. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house. And prove me, test me now. Herewith, said Yahweh of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there should not be room enough to receive it. Well, this has never transpired. Even though our greedy dogs have brought us to this chapter and verse, and they have pointed the finger at us by saying and accusing us of robbing Yahweh. Thus, we are burdened and we are weary by bringing our hard-earned money that should have been for our own backs to these greedy dogs and looking for the back end as they promised us, we notice that the blessings have never come. We notice that we have more than room enough to receive any mercy that Yahweh brings our way. But that is not the teachings of our brothers. The teachings of our brothers, they tell us that we are to pay tithes every week, and if we do, the Almighty will open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. And if any of us that have ever been robbed by way of tithes and offerings, if you truly witness the truth, you will witness that these things have never came to pass. And the reason why they have never came to pass is, for one, you're not under the covenant of the law. For two, you have never paid the increase of the land. And four, three, you are not in the land of promise. So these things have never befallen thee. The only thing that have befallen you is that you have got robbed, just like the Almighty accused the Israelites of robbing him. And not only was that the end of the blessing, if you did pay tithe, and if you were not robbing Yahweh and his people, it says in the 12th verse or the 11th verse, and I will rebuke the devourer for your sake. And you must ask yourself in reading and trying to get understanding, what did the devourer denote? The devourer denoted that instrument that Yahweh was using against your increase, against your land, because of all the abominations that you was doing. So the Almighty already had the land being devoured for your sake, and he will not destroy the fruit of your ground, neither shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field, said Yahweh of hosts. And when these things happen, as they supposed to happen, according to the instruction, you being in your land, in your inheritance, possessing it under the covenant of the law, doing all that Yahweh said, it reads in the 12th verse, and all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land. Note, said Yahweh of hosts, your words have been stout against me, said Yahweh. Yet ye say, what have we spoken so much against thee? Ye have said, it is vain to serve Elohim. It is vain to follow all that he has said. You have said, it is vain to confirm every word. It says, ye have said, it is vain to serve Elohim. And what profit is it that we have kept his ordinances, and that we have walked mournfully before Yahweh of hosts? And now we call the proud, the greedy dogs happy. Yea, they that work wickedness are set up. Yea, they that tempt Elohim are even delivered. And it seems like they are, because each week they can boldly stand up in front of you and I and tell you that Yahweh is with them and that you are to pay your tithes. If not, you are robbing Elohim. Thus it says, are set up, yea, they that tempt Elohim are even delivered. Then they that feared Yahweh, that will constantly reprove their brothers, that have learned what the law of Tithing has said, and have learned to fear Yahweh, it says, then they that fear Yahweh speak often one to another. And Yahweh hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance was written before him for them. Why? Because they feared Yahweh. They have learned to fear Yahweh by confirming and acknowledging every word, and being willing and able to reprove their brothers and sisters on these great words. And the Almighty heard you. The Almighty heard you. He's seeing your integrity. And it says, and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before him for you that fear Yahweh and that thought. It's all about him. And thought upon his name. And they shall be mine, they that fear me, said Yahweh of hosts, in that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them as a man spare his own son that serve him. Then shall ye return and discern, as we are doing this day, between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serve Elohim and him that serve him not. Because if you teach us anything other than what Yahweh have instructed, you are not serving him. And what did he instruct? Let us go back to the law. Let us go to Numbers, the 18th chapter. Numbers, the 18th chapter. And let's read what we find in the 18th chapter of Numbers. Let's read it. Let's get wisdom. Let's get knowledge. And let's get understanding. For it will allow us to know the house that Yahweh have chosen out of all the houses. Even though this is one of the houses, the duties and the instructions that is given to this house is for all the children of Israel. Just like there was a house for the kings. Well, the duty for the king was for all the houses of Israel. It wasn't just for his house, nor is the duties that's given to the priest just for his house. He was ministering to Yahweh for all of us. And the burdens that was placed on him in the Levites was from all of us, not just from his house. Thus it tells us in the very first verse, and it reads, Numbers, the 18th chapter, the first verse. Yahweh said unto Aaron, thy and thy sons, and thy father's house with thee shall bear, please take note, bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and thy sons with thee shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood. And thy brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of thy father, bring thy with thee, that they may be joined into thee, and minister unto me, or minister unto thee. But thy and thy sons with thee shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. And they shall keep thy charge, talking about the rest of the Levites. For all priests are Levites, but all Levites are not priests. Thus it reads again in the 3rd verse, and they shall keep thy charge, and the charge of all the tabernacle. Only they shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary, and the altar, that neither they nor ye also die. And they shall be joined into thee, and keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation, for all the service of the tabernacle. And a stranger shall not come nigh in you. One second, let me switch this phone up. It continues to tell us in the book of Numbers, the 18th chapter, the 5th verse. And ye shall keep the charge of the sanctuary and the charge of the altar, that there be no wrath any more upon the children of Israel. Please take note how all the children are included. The duty that they have consists of all the children of Israel. And I, behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites, from among the children of Israel. To you they are given as a gift for Yahweh, to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Therefore thy and thy sons with thee shall keep your priest's office for everything of the altar, and within the veil, and ye shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as a service of gift. And the stranger that come night shall be put to death. And this allows us to know that Levi would never want another man to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings into Yahweh, just like David would never want another man to sit upon the throne to rule Israel, because these are the gifts that Yahweh gave to those houses, which denote all of the children of Israel. It continued to tell us in the 8th verse, and Yahweh spake unto Aaron, behold, I also have given thee the charge of my heave offering, of all the hollow things of the children of Israel, and to thee have I given. And these hollow things in this heave offering denote what I spoke on earlier, dealing with the tithes. And I stated that the heave offering denoted the 10th of the best of all the tithes that was collected, and that was Aaron and his sons due. And it is called a heave offering. Even though the rest of the tithes went to the Levites, and the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that was bought with thy money and born in thy house. Thus it continued to tell us, again in the 8th verse, and Yahweh speak unto Aaron, behold, I also have given thee the charge of my heave offerings, of all the hollow things of the children of Israel, and to thee have I given them by reason of the anointing. So these things is anointed upon the house of Aaron, and to thy sons by an ordinance forever. So it will never change. The best of the tithes was always given to the priest. A tenth of the best of the tithes was always given to the priest and his sons, and the rest of the tithe by way of an ordinance was given to the Levites, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that was born in thy house and bought with thy money. The 9th verse reads, this shall be thine of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, every oblation of theirs, every meat offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render unto me, shall be most holy for thee and for thy sons. In the most holy place shall thou eat it, not wherever. Every male shall eat it, it shall be holy unto thee. And this is thine, the heave offering of their gifts, with all the wave offerings of the children of Israel. I have given them into thee, and to thy sons, and to thy daughters with thee, by a statute forever. Every one that is clean in thy house shall eat of it. And the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the wheat, the first fruits of them, which they shall offer unto Yahweh, them have I given thee. And whatsoever is first right in the land, which they shall bring into Yahweh, shall be thine. Every one that is clean in thy house shall eat of it. If you're not clean, you did not eat of it. Everything devout in Israel shall be thine. Everything that opened the metric, and all flesh which they bring into Yahweh, whether it be of man or of beast, shall be thine. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shall thou surely redeem, and the firstling of unclean beasts shall thou redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shall thou redeem, according to thy estimation, for the money of 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 grafts. And you can find that law in the book of Leviticus, the 27th chapter. We might have time to go there. The 17th verse reads, but the firstlings of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, thou shalt not redeem. They are holy. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet Savior unto Yahweh. And the flesh of them shall be thine, as the wave beast, and as the right shoulder are thine. All the heave offerings of the holy things, which the children of Israel offer unto Yahweh, have I given thee, and thy sons, and thy daughters with thee, by a statute forever. And tithes is truly a statute. It is a covenant of salt. It is a covenant made with Aaron and them that cannot be broken. It is a covenant of salt for our preservance. Salt was used to preserve. So it is a covenant of salt forever before Yahweh and to thee and to thy seed with thee. And Yahweh spake unto Aaron, thou shalt have no inheritance in their land, neither shalt thou have any part among them. I am thy part, and thy inheritance among the children of Israel. That's how you rob Yahweh, and that's how you can rob his children. It says, and behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth. The tenth denote tithes. It says, and behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance, for their service which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Neither must the children of Israel henceforth come nigh the tabernacle of the congregation, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Israel they have no inheritance. The 24th verse reads, but the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer as an heave offering, and to Yahweh I have given to the Levite to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Israel they shall have no inheritance. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the Levites, and say unto them, when ye take of the children of Israel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up an heave offering of it for Yahweh, even a tenth part of the tithe. As your brother stated, a heave offering denotes the best, and it is a tenth of all that they collected from the children of Israel. Then the Levites were to take a tenth of all that they collected of the best and give to Aaron and his house. And it is called a heave offering. The 27th verse reads, and this your heave offering shall be reckoned unto you, as though it were the corn of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer an heave offering unto Yahweh of all your tithes, which ye received of the children of Israel, and ye shall give thereof Yahweh's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahweh, of all the best thereof, even the hollow part thereof out of it. Therefore thou shalt say unto them, when ye have heaved the best thereof from it, then it shall be counted unto the Levites as the increase of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. And ye shall eat it in every place, ye in your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the congregation. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, meaning you should not do it any other way, because that will be sin. When ye have heed from it, the best of it, neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest ye die. So it allows us to know the regulations and the duty of the priests and the Levites and how these things were done to allow them to be a recipient of their brother's increase. For they were not a recipient of the inheritance because Yahweh was their inheritance. And what that means is when the children of Israel gave up these holy things to Yahweh, they were giving it to Aaron, the priest. It also tells us if we take another look in the book of Malachi, because it read that they were not to pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest they die, even though this was done by reason of anointing, and even though this was known as a holy gift to them, they still had to be a recipient of this holy gift according to all the instructions thereof. And we find later on in retrospect, by way of testimony, that our fathers forsook the words of Yah, and these holy things became polluted. And we just ended by saying, and ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heeded from it the best of it, neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest ye die. Well, let's turn to one of the testimonies to show their disobedience, and that testimony is found again in the book of Malachi, but this time it is found in the 2nd chapter. Let us go to the book of Malachi, the 2nd chapter. And it reads, if we pick up at the first verse, I'll just read the first 10 verses, and it reads, and now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you. If ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to heart, to give glory into my name. And the only way you can give glory to Yahweh's name is to do and confirm all that he has said. Said Yahweh of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you. And note what he's going to curse. And I will curse your blessings. Yea, I have cursed them already. Why? Because ye do not lay it to heart. Behold, I will corrupt your seed and spread dung upon your faces, even the dung of your solemn faces, and one shall take you away with it. And ye shall know that I have sent this commandment into you, that my covenant might be with Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. My covenant was with him of life and peace, and I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me, and was afraid before my name. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is the messenger of Yahweh of hosts. But ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law by teaching that tithes can be paid in the enemy's land. That teaching that the increase had nothing to do with the land of promise, but it's what you done made on the plantation. It says, but ye are departed out of the way. You have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupt the covenant of Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. And we just read the covenant. Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base before all the people, according as ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law. And it is truly partial to teach about the third year tithe and then come back in the same breath and tell your brothers and sisters to pay tithes in America with your labor. That is truly partial to all that is said and instructed. It continues to read, the last verse, the 10th verse, have ye not all one Father? And if you do, where is his honor? Why ain't we all doing it and confirming these words honorably? Why aren't we all acknowledging the same thing? If we all have one Father, and if we have one Father, don't he supposed to be honored? A son honors his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, where is my honor? And if I be a master, and we all know he is the master, where is my fear? Not said Samuel, but said Yahweh of hosts. And to you, thus in closing, Malachi, the 2nd chapter, the 10th verse, have we not all one Father? Have not one Elohim created us all? Why do we deal treacherously, every man against his brother? How? By profaning the covenant of our Father. And we truly profane it when we add to it, when we take away from it, when we do not confirm every word and say amen. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Micah, let's take a look at the 3rd chapter in the book of Micah. We're coming to a close. I just want to interject a few more chapters and verses to allow us to know, dealing with the first fruits, tithe, and the priest, that there was only one instruction. And as long as you followed that instruction, you honored Yahweh. You showed your fear toward your Creator. If you did not, you found yourself forward. You found yourself adding and taking away. Thus, we find in the book of Micah, the 3rd chapter. And it reads in the very first verse. Micah, the 3rd chapter, the 1st to the 12th verse. And the Almighty is continuing to blame the leaders, as I am blaming them today. Because most of us that had the idea of paying tithes on a Saturday was only taught to us by our so-called leaders that did not fear Yahweh nor honor him. Thus it reads in the very first verse. And I said, hear, I pray you, O heads of Jacob, and ye princes of the house of Israel. Is it not for you to know judgment? Absolutely. But they teach today we're not under the judgments. They teach today we're not here to be judging. It says, who hate the good and love the evil. They hate us when we bring these words out, but they love those that do not take heed to these words and continue to give them their money. The scripture says, who hate the good and love the evil, who pluck off their skin from off them and their flesh from off their bones, eating you up, robbing you, who also eat the flesh of my people and flay their skin from off them, and they break their bones and chop them in pieces, as for the pot and as flesh within the cauldron. Then shall they cry unto Yahweh, but he will not hear them. He will even hide his face from them at that time. As they have behaved themselves ill and doing ill in their doings, thus said Yahweh concerning the prophets that make my people err. And many of these brothers say they prophets. Many of these brothers say they priests. Well, all they have done is made us err. And the Almighty letting us know that he is angry, that he even know it. It reads, that bite with their teeth and cry peace. They always talk about Shabbat Shalom because they about to rob you. It says, and cry peace. And he that please take note, your brother ain't adding nothing. I'm not making any accusations against our brothers that Yahweh have not made. It says, again, at the beginning of the 5th verse, thus said Yahweh concerning the prophets that make my people err. They make you err. They taught you this mess. That bite with their teeth and cry shalom, and he that putteth not in their mouth, those that fear Yahweh, that honor Yahweh, that will reprove their brothers. The scripture says this about the greedy dogs. It says, and he that put not into their mouth, they even prepare war against him. And I remember years ago, when I first started teaching, one of my main subjects was tithing. And my brothers that walked it with me was kind of weary a little bit, like, I don't know, Brother Samuel, we need to come out with this first. But that's something I've always came out with. And I understood what my brothers were saying because of what we just read. Because if you come against them greedy dogs, they will prepare war against you. But I feared Yahweh. So the Almighty didn't cleave my tongue to the roof of my mouth. He allowed me to continue to be a reprover as we are reproving this day. And their war is to no avail. Thus it reads one more time in the 5th verse. Thus said Yahweh concerning the prophets that make my people err, that bite with their teeth and cry shalom, and he that put not into their mouths, they even prepare war against him. Therefore night shall be unto you, that ye should not have a vision, and they don't have one. And it shall be dark unto you, that ye shall not divine, they don't. And the sun shall go down over the prophets, and the day shall be dark over them. Then shall the seer be ashamed, and the diviner confounded. Yea, they shall all cover their lips, for there is no answer of Elohim. But truly I am full of power. And that's why we have many presentations dealing with tithes. We have reproved our brothers and sisters over and over again dealing with this great holy subject matter. But truly I am full of power by the Spirit of Yahweh and of judgment and of might to declare unto you your transgression, and to Israel their sin. And note the sin, the tithes. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Hosea, the 4th chapter, the Almighty continue blaming our leaders and blaming our people. If we take a look in the book of Hosea, the 4th chapter. And what do we find in Hosea, the 4th chapter? And it reads, let's start at the 1st verse, because the Almighty blamed our fathers. The Almighty blamed our leaders. The Almighty called our leaders and our fathers corrupt. Thus it reads in the 1st verse of the 4th chapter of Hosea. Hear the word of Yahweh, ye children of Israel. For Yahweh have a controversy, just like we have one, with our greedy brothers and sisters, with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of Elohim in the land. And that's why we got a controversy today. Even though we don't find ourselves in our land, we do find ourselves among our brothers and our sisters that we have called greedy dogs, and we find that they are not using the truth. They do not have any mercy. They can't have no mercy if they got the recipients of tithes paying tithes. Nor do they have the knowledge of Elohim. It says, and the way they prove it, if we pick up at the 2nd verse, it says, by swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery. Many of them done laid with your wives. You just didn't know. It says they break out and blood touches blood. Therefore shall the land mourn, and everyone that dwells therein shall languish with the beasts of the field, and with the fowls of heaven. Yea, the fishes of the sea also shall be taken away. Yet let no man strive, nor reprove another. For thy people are as they that strive with the priests. They refuse to hear instructions. For it is the priest that was told to teach Israel the clean from the unclean, the holy from the unholy. The 5th verse reads, therefore shall thou fall in the day, and the prophet also shall fall with thee in the night, and I will destroy thy mother. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. That which I just shown, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law. I see why they are partial, because they forgot it. They don't know it. Of thy Elohim, I will also forget thy children. As they were increased, so they sinned against me. Therefore will I change their glory into shame. They eat up the sin of my people, and they set their heart on their iniquity. And there shall be like people, like priests, and I will punish them for their ways and reward them their doings. For they shall eat and not have enough, because they're greedy. They shall commit whoredoms and shall not increase, because they have left off to take heed to Yahweh. Whoredom and wine and new wine and Mezeshebi take away the heart. My people ask counsel at their stock, and their staff declare unto them. For the spirit of whoredoms have caused them to err, and they have gone a whoring from under their Elohim. And that's maybe why you see a lot of these so-called leaders with these staffs. Maybe what Yahweh is saying is exactly what they're doing. They are forsaking the law. They give reverence to the staff that they hold. It says, my people ask counsel at their stock, and their staff declare unto them. And many of our brothers use that staff to show their authority, or to show that they higher than you, or that the staff actually denote what was said in Exodus dealing with Aaron and the rest of the Levites. The Almighty said, whoever staff bud is who I'm with. And the scripture allows us to know that he was with who he chose, and that was with Aaron. And everybody else that had their staff, it showed them that the Almighty was not with them. The Almighty did something that man had never seen before, and he opened up the earth and swallowed them all. So maybe today our brothers are leaning under Korah and them. They don't take heed to the word of Yah. They take heed to their staff, to their own imagination. And they will rob you. Thus it reads in the 13th verse. They sacrifice upon the top of the mountains, and burn incense upon the hills under oaks and pollard and elms, because the shadow thereof is good. Therefore your daughters shall commit whoredom, and your spouses shall commit adultery. I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom, nor your spouse when they commit adultery. For themselves are separated with whores, and they sacrifice with harlots. Therefore the people that does not understand shall fall. Though thy Israel play the harlot, yet let not Yehuda offend. And come not ye into Gilgal, neither go ye up to Beth-Aven, nor swear Yahweh live. For Israel slide back as a backsliding heifer. Now Yahweh will feed them as a lamb in a large place. Ephraim is joined to idols. let him alone. Their drink is sour. They have committed whoredom continually. Her rulers with shame do love give ye. The wind have bound her up in her wings, and they shall be ashamed because of their sacrifices. And the scripture tells us obedience is better than sacrifice. So they disregard the obedience and they prey on their sacrifice. They pray and they lean upon their sacrifices instead of taking heed to every word. It also tells us, if we go back to the book of Micah, let's go back to the book of Micah and let's look at the 7th chapter of Micah. Back to the book of Micah. And what we find in Micah, I want to start at the 7th, but let's read the 6th chapter first. Let's read the first 9 verses of Micah, the 6th chapter. And then we'll just go to the 7th chapter instead of me going somewhere else and bring you back. Let's read what I have in Micah, the 6th chapter, the first 9 verses, and then let's read the 7th chapter to the first 7 verses. Micah, the 6th chapter, the first to the 9th verse reads, continuing to show that Israel is corrupt, to continue to blame the leaders, the greedy dogs, to continue to allow us to know that they have truly forsaken the words of Yah and have leaned upon their own imagination. For it tells us in the 6th chapter of Micah, the very first verse, hear ye now what Yahweh said. Arise, contend thy before the mountains, in which denotes the people, and let the hills hear thy voice. Hear, O ye mountains, Yahweh controversy, another controversy, and ye strong foundations of the earth. For Yahweh hath a controversy with his people, as we do today. And he will plead with Israel, as we are pleading this day. O my people, what have I done unto thee? And wherein have I wearied thee? Testify against me. For I brought thee up out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed thee out of the house of servants. And I sent before thee Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. O my people, remember now what Balak, king of Moab, consulted, and what Balaam, the son of Beor, answered him from Shittim into Gilead, that he may know, or that ye may know the righteousness of Yahweh. Wherewith shall I come before Yahweh and bow myself? And this sounds like one that is forgotten. It says, wherewith shall I come before Yahweh and bow myself before the high Elohim? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves of a year old? Will Yahweh be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? The 8th verse tells us, as I just showed us, he hath shown thee, O man, what is good. And what does Yahweh require of thee? but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy Elohim. Yahweh's voice cry into the city, and the man of wisdom shall see thy name. Hear ye the rod, and who have appointed it. Thus, it picks up in the 7th chapter, if we read the first 7 verses, and it reads, Woe is me, for I am as when they have gathered the summer fruits, as the great gleamings of the vintage. There is no clusters to eat. My soul desire the first ripe fruit. The good man is perished out of the earth, and there is none upright among men. They all lie in wait for blood. They hunt every man his brother with a net, and once they catch you, they demand a tithe, that they may do evil with both hands earnestly. The prince asks, and the judge asks for reward, and the great man, he utters his mischievous desire, so they wrap it up. They all together. The best of them is as a buyer. The most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge. The day of thy watchman and thy visitation comes, now shall be their perplexity. Trust ye not in a friend, because he will lie, and he will rob you by way of tithes and offerings. Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the door of thy mouth from her that lie in thy bosom. For the son dishonors the father. The daughter rises up against her mother. The daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the man of his own house. And many of us belonged to the house of Israel. It says, therefore I will look into Yahweh. I will wait for the Elohim of my salvation. My Elohim will hear me. Rejoice not against me, O my enemies. When I fall, I shall arise. When I sit in darkness, Yahweh shall be a light unto me. Also, I want to pick up in this great chapter at the 14th verse. For it tells us, even though Yahweh pleaded with them, and even though Yahweh judged them, it allows us to know that Yahweh judgment or Yahweh mercy endures forever. So it tells us in the 14th verse, feed thy people with thy rod, the flock of thy heritage, which dwell solitarily in the wood. In the midst of Carmel, let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old. According to the days of thy coming out of the land of Egypt, will I show unto him marvelous things. And that's when he gave us these great words, dealing with tithes and offerings. The nation shall see and be confounded at all their might. They shall lay their hands upon their mouths. Their ears should be deaf. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth. They shall be afraid of Yahweh our Elohim, and shall fear because of thee. Who is a Elohim like unto thee, that pardons iniquity, and passes by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage. He retains not his anger forever, because he delights in mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities, and I will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. Thou will perform the truth into Jacob, and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. And we just showed two of the truths and mercy that Yahweh performed to Jacob and Abraham, and they both dealt with tithe. It also tells us if we take another quick look in the book of Hosea, and this time I think we read it, so I'm not going to, no, that was Micah. Let's go to Hosea 6. That was Micah 6 we just read not too long ago. Let's go to Hosea 6 right quick, to continue to show the disobedience and to continue to show the mercy that Yahweh has to his children. Even though we have all these testimonies of our fathers being crooked, robbing the almighty people, robbing the Almighty continued to stand fast. He continued to show forth his compassion, his long suffering, his mercy. For it tells us in Hosea, the 6th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse, and let's read the 5th verse to the 11th verse. And it reads, therefore have I heaved them by the prophets. I have slain them by the words of my mouth. And look how Yahweh punish you. Look how Yahweh reprove you. It's by the word of a man's mouth. Therefore have I heaved them by the prophets. I have slain them by the words of my mouth. And thy judgments are as the light that goes forth. For I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of Elohim more than burnt offerings. But they, like men, have transgressed the covenant. There have they dealt treacherously against me, because they ain't acknowledging the covenant. Gilead is a city of them that work iniquity, and is polluted with blood. And as troops of robbers wait for a man, so the company of priests murder in the way by consent. For they commit lawlessness. I have seen an horrible thing in the house of Israel. There is the whoredom of Ephraim. Israel is defiled. Also, Yehuda, he has set an harvest for thee, when I return the captivity of my people. So it letting you know that a harvest will be set but not while you find yourself in captivity. The harvest, the true harvest, to be able to reap the first fruits, you must find yourself back in the land. You must find yourself out of captivity. And then all of these great words and these covenants that Yahweh made with the priests and with Israel will be in full effect and not before. So today, when you find yourself among your brothers that call themselves Marays, call themselves priests and Levites, it is only an act. It is an act of robbery and deceit. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Isaiah 55, I think we went there 2 weeks ago. I need to go there again because these words go hand in hand. Before I go there, though, I would like to go to Jeremiah 33. Let's include these two houses again. Let's understand that these two houses, these two entities denote the whole house of Israel. So when we're dealing with the priests, we're dealing with the Levites and tithes and offerings, it denotes the whole house of Israel. This is not a separate law that the Almighty gave to this house that only include his house. It was given to his house by way of anointing, and this great anointing was put on them for the whole house of Israel. They were to bear all the iniquities of the house of Israel. So it allows us to know their due diligence, their due was not just for them, but it was for them because of the house of Israel, the whole house. Same with the king. So let's go to Jeremiah 33 before we go to Isaiah 55. Jeremiah 33. And Jeremiah 33 tells us again, if we pick up at the 14th verse, these great words. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will perform that good thing which I have promised into the house of Israel and to the house of Yehudah, dealing with everybody. In those days, and at that time, I will cause the branch of righteousness to grow up into David, and he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the earth. And those statutes denote righteousness, and it denotes judgment. The 16th verse reads, in those days shall Yehudah be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell safely. And this is the name wherewith she shall be called, Yahweh our righteousness. For thus said Yahweh, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. Another rendering, David shall never be without a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. Note the 18th verse. Neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man or be without a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings and to do sacrifice continually. And I'll just skip right down to the 24th verse and read to the 26th verse, and it reads, consider thy not what this people has spoken, saying the two families which Yahweh hath chosen, No, they are chosen out of the 12. He have even cast them off. Thus they have despised my people, that they should be no more a nation before them. So here it allows us to know that Levi is not a separate entity outside of the nation, nor the house of David. The king house denote the whole kingdom, all 12 tribes, just like Levi house or the priest house denotes the whole kingdom. For how else can they be a nation? Thus the 25th verse reads, Thus said Yahweh, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed. Note who they are ruling over. Note who David house ruled over, and note who the Levite house ministered into and for. It says, I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is the whole entire nation. For I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them. And that is all of them. Thus, let us turn to Isaiah the 55th chapter. So when these things are done, the Almighty let us know that his word is consistent, and nothing that he said will return back into him void. Thus we find in Isaiah, the 55th chapter, these great words, and it reads, Ho, everyone that thirsts. It's not telling you to come to no class because you're in darkness and give them your money for them to give you a misinterpretation. It says, Ho, everyone that thirsts, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye buy and eat. Yea, come buy wine and milk without money and without price. And where do they do that at? Not in these classes. Wherefore do ye spend money for that which is not bread? And your labors wind up being your tithe. It says, and your labors for that which satisfied not. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in fatness. How do you do that? Incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. That's how. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David that we just read about in the 33rd chapter of Jeremiah. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, I shall call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew not thee shall run into thee. Because Yahweh thy Elohim, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he have glorified thee. And the scripture tells us 10 nations shall grab hold to the skirt of a Yehudite and say, we are going with thee, for we have heard that Yahweh is with thee. It tells us in the 6th verse, seek ye Yahweh while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked, those that are robbing their brothers and sisters, forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return into Yahweh, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our Elohim, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, especially when you start talking about Saturday and giving your labor. That is not the ways of Yahweh, nor is that his thought. Said Yahweh, for as the heaven are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain comes down and the snow from heaven, and return not tighter, but waters the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be. So when we read in the book of Malachi, and he told the people to prove him, to see if he won't open up the windows of heaven and pull you out a blessing that you would not have room enough to receive, that's exactly what he meant. And none of you that has been forced by forwardness to pay tithes have ever seen such a marvelous work from Yahweh. Even though you wind up broke, giving up your tithes or giving up your labor to these greedy dogs that promise you these great things. But the Almighty is allowing us to know that his way is not like theirs. His thought is not like theirs. Thus it tells us one more time in the 10th verse, for as the rain come down and the snow from heaven, and return not tighter, but waters the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return into me void, but it shall water. It shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. For ye shall go out with joy, and be led forth with peace. And the mountain and the hills shall break forth before you into singing. And all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree. And instead of the briars or the sticker bush shall come up the myrtle tree. And it shall be to Yahweh for a name, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off, especially from them that wait on him. And since I said that, I want to read one more thing that denotes this. And I think that's also in the book of Isaiah. Let me find it right quick. Isaiah 66. And I just want to include these words. It tells us in Isaiah 66, after we just read Isaiah 55, it tells us in Isaiah 66, if we pick up at the second verse, it reads, "For all those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, said Yahweh, but to this man will I look." The one that fear Yahweh, the one that wants you to know every word that denote tithes and offerings. It says, "But to this man will I look, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembles at my word. But those, he that kill an ox as if he slew a man, he that sacrificed a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck, he that offer an oblation as if he offer swine blood, he that burnt incense as if he blessed an idol, yea, they have chosen their own ways." Talking about pay your tithe every Sabbath. "And their soul delight in their abominations. I also will choose their delusions, and I will bring their fears upon them." Why? Because when I called, when you reproved them, none did answer. When I speak, they did not hear, but they did evil before my eyes, and chose that in which I delight not. Thus, for you that fear Yahweh, that refuse to pay tithes anymore, that is more than willing and able to reprove your brothers and sisters with the instructions that you find in your holy scripture, it says in the 5th verse, "Hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his word, your brethren that hate you." And it told us, if you don't put nothing in their mouth, they will go to war against you. Thus it reads, "Your brethren that hate you, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yahweh be glorified." And that's what they say. Let Yahweh be magnified. Let Yahweh be glorified. And the Almighty telling us that's what they say. Well, look what he said. Let Yahweh be glorified. But he, Yahweh, shall appear to your joy. The people that's been ostracized, the people that been carried assassinated, the people that they have went to war with because you speak against the tithes, the Almighty said, he shall appear to your joy. And all those scoundrels shall be ashamed. It tells us, I'm going to come back to that 66th chapter in closing, but before I do, let's go to Ezekiel 44. We're going to read a few verses in Ezekiel 44, and then we'll go right back to Isaiah 66 in closing. Right now, we should find ourselves in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, to show that Yahweh required that which is past, and there is nothing new under the sun. Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. And let's pick up at the 5th verse. Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. And it reads, if we pick up at the 5th verse, these great words. And Yahweh marked well. Excuse me. My sight going bad. It says, and Yahweh said unto me, Son of man, mark well, and behold with thy eyes, and hear with thy ears all that I say unto thee concerning all the ordinances of the house of Israel, and all the laws thereof. And mark well the entering in of the house, and every going forth of the sanctuary. And thou shalt say to the rebellious, even to the house of Israel, thus said the Master Elohim, O ye house of Israel, let it suffice you of all your abominations, in that ye have brought into my sanctuary strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my sanctuary, to pollute it, even my house, when ye offer my bread, the fat and the blood, and ye have broken my covenant, because of all your abominations. And ye have not kept the charge of my holy things, but ye have set keepers of my charge in my sanctuary for yourselves. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, no stranger, uncircumcised in heart, nor uncircumcised in flesh, shall enter into my sanctuary of any stranger that is among the children of Israel. And the Levites that are gone away far from me, note, when Israel went astray, which went astray after from me, after the idols, they shall even bear their iniquity. Yet they shall be ministers. Still, they're going to be ministers. They just got demoted somewhat. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary, having charge at the gates of the house and ministering to the house. They shall slay the burnt offerings and the sacrifice for the people, and they shall stand before them to minister unto them, because they ministered unto them before their idols, and caused the house of Israel to fall into iniquity. Therefore have I lifted up my hand against them, said Yahweh Elohim, and they shall bear their iniquity. And they shall not come near unto me to do the office of the priest unto me, nor to come near to any of my holy things in the most holy place, but they shall bear their shame and their abomination which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house for all the service thereof, and for all that shall be done therein. But the priests, the Levites, the son of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood, said Yahweh. They shall enter into my sanctuary, and they shall come near to my table to minister unto me, and they shall keep my charge. And it shall come to pass that when they enter in at the gate of the inner court, they shall be clothed with linen garments, and no wool shall come upon them while they minister in the gates of the inner court and within. They shall have linen bonnets upon their head, and shall have linen breeches upon their lions. They shall not gird themselves with anything that cause sweat. And when they go forth into the utter court, even into the utter court, to the people, they shall put off their garments, wherein they ministered, and lay them in the holy chambers. And they shall put on other garments, and they shall not sanctify the people with their garments. Neither shall they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They shall only poll their heads. Neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner courts. Neither shall they take for their wives a widow, nor her that is put away, but they shall take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or a widow that had a priest before. And they shall teach, please take note, things does not change. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and the profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments. And they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. So it allows us to know nothing changes. Once Yahweh forgive Israel and reestablish Israel, we will be back established under the same ordinances, under the same statutes, and under the same judgments. So the statutes that we have read and brought forth today, dealing with tithes and offerings and dealing with the priests, will never change. Yahweh require that which has passed. And I will close on that note by going back to Isaiah 66. We will close the presentation with this note, Isaiah 66, and let's pick up in Isaiah, the 66th chapter, at the 8th verse. Isaiah 66, we're going to pick back up at the 8th verse and read to the end, because we're going to see how important these priests and these Levites are, and how these priests and these Levites are considered not just a family, but it denotes us as a people. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, who have heard such a thing? Who has seen such things? Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? Or shall a nation, note, be born at once? For as soon as Zion traveled, she brought forth her children. Shall I bring to the birth and not cause to bring forth? Said Yahweh. Shall I cause to bring forth and shut the womb? Said thy Elohim. Rejoice ye with Jerusalem, and be glad with her, all ye that love her. Rejoice for joy with her, all ye that mourn for her, that ye may suck and be satisfied with the breasts of her consolation, that ye may milk out and be delighted with the abundance of her glory. For thus said Yahweh, behold, I will extend peace to her like a river, and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream. Then shall ye suck, and ye shall be born upon her sides, and be dandled upon her knees. As one whom his mother comforts, so will I comfort you. And ye shall be comforted in Jerusalem. And when ye see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb. And the hand of Yahweh shall be known toward his servants, and his indignation toward his enemies. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh shall be many. They that sacrifice themselves and purify themselves in the garden behind one tree, in the midst, eating swine flesh, and the abomination in the mouth shall be consumed together, said Yahweh. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. And I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them into the nations, to Tarshish, to Plu, to Lud, that draw the bow, to Tabel, to Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles. And they shall bring all of your brethren, all of Israel, for an offering, and to Yahweh out of all nations upon horses, and in chariots, and in litters, and upon mules, and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain, Jerusalem, said Yahweh. As the children of Israel, talking about them all, as the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of Yahweh. And I will also take of them for priests and for Levites, said Yahweh. For as the new heaven and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, said Yahweh, so shall your seed and your name, the house of Israel, remains. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath into another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, said Yahweh. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorring into all flesh. So we don't want to lie. We want to fear Yahweh. There is no need to be wiser than what Yahweh hath instructed. There is no need to make precautions or anything other than what Yahweh said. If he said the law of time denotes the end of 3 years, then that is what we are to show our brothers and sisters, not only show the time, but we are also to show them the place where all of these great things were commanded to be done. And we just seen with our own eyes even though our fathers forsook Yahweh, when the Almighty forgive them, when the Almighty pardoned them, when the Almighty returned their captivity, we see that all the ordinances, the statutes, the laws, and the judgments will be back established as the scriptures of truth have them written. I'm going to end on that note, open up for comments and questions dealing with this great presentation called The First Fruits, Tithing and the Priest. Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comments or questions? And we should have seen, based on the comments that was made at the beginning of the presentation, that money was not the key. Money is not what Yahweh promised Aaron and the Levites, nor was money the heave offering, which denoted the best of all that was given. And we also seen, in relationship to the Sabbath day, just like all the other laws, statutes, and commandments, if we were truly under it, there should be an office that is in the land that Yahweh chose, which is Jerusalem. And there should be an office open with a judge and a priest there for all matters of controversy. And one of the matters today is the Sabbath day. What should Israel be doing today? And if we were truly under the Sabbath day, if we were truly under the law, if we were truly under the law of the covenant, there would be an office for all matters of controversy. That way we all would be on the right path. And we know for a fact today that there is no place to bring our matters of controversy, even though we find ourselves under controversy each and every day. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom, brother Shemuel and the family. This is brother Eliakim calling from Michigan, and another great satisfying of the thirst for the truth and knowledge, and definitely, brother, you are a Mashika anointed in what you are bringing forth, and I appreciate it. I just want to also ask a question and about something I heard, and that was that these carcasses that are being displayed forever with an unquenched worm and flame, those carcasses, does that, I've interpreted that myself to mean these are not souls that are tormented. These are the carcasses, the bodies that will not be destroyed, but there's nothing living in them, as a reminder. And I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Say that again. I didn't understand the question.
Okay, that was a lot said. Basically, what I'm asking, the controversy of a burning in hell forever is resolved in what you just read in the Word. It does not say that. It's talking about those that were the enemies of Yahweh, and that these are carcasses, not souls, as they preach in the New Testament. So I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Is you talking about the carcasses that is found in Isaiah 66?
Yes. Yes.
We're talking about the carcasses of the, I don't know if it said carcass. Let me go there right quick. Okay. Where it talk about
if it does say carcasses, and it might be a matter of interpretation, but if it does say carcasses, that means it's not living souls. But as
no,
an example,
a carcass denote the dead body.
Exactly.
Yeah, the carcass denote the dead body. It ain't really denoting the soul, but it do tell us, I guess you're talking about where it says in the last part of that, it says, and they shall go forth and look upon the carcass of the men that have transgressed against me, and their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be a whoring into all flesh.
Yeah.
So they just will be used as a sign. It just will be used as a sign to what will happen to one that disobey the Almighty and what will happen to the enemies of the Almighty. Because the latter part of this is denoting how Yahweh will judge the nations.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, after he judged the nations and then bring the children of Israel back. And the children of Israel will be brought back as the children of Israel bring an offering into Yahweh. And out of those people that is brought back, the Almighty tells us that he will select and take priests and for Levites, said Yahweh. And then it goes back into what he do to the enemy. So that's the enemy that we're going to find their carcasses of men and that transgress against him, and their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be a whoring into all flesh. So that would be like a sign. That would be something despicable in the people's eyes. That, you know, the people that return into Yahweh, these people would denote a whoring or something despicable in their eyes.
Yes. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
It's kind of similar. It's kind of similar to what is said in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, how the Almighty, once he saved Israel, he talked about the Feast of Tabernacle and all the nations that survived Yahweh's wrath was to come up to the Feast of Tabernacles, and if they didn't, they would die. And it was just in their death is described as having no rain, and that the plague will befall them. And then it goes down and say, yea, every pot in Jerusalem and in Yehuda shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts. And all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them and boil therein. And in that day there shall be no more Canaanite in the house of Yahweh. And all that is denoting is there will be no more anything unclean, dishonest, or morally impure. That's all it's talking about.
So it's not talking about a specific people at that point, only everybody classified as unholy.
Yes, sir. Unclean. It denotes uncleanness. It denotes dishonesty, and it denotes morally impure.
Thank you.
So all that would be done away with. And those people that you see burning and their worm not being quenched, that's what they would denote. They would denote themselves as being unclean, especially eating the swine and the mouse and all that. So they would denote themselves as unclean, dishonest, and morally impure. That's what they would denote, being in the pit of fire, burning. And we will look at that as an abhorring, something despicable, something that you would never want to do.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Allow Yah.
Yeah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Oh, somebody. Oh.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, Brother Samuel. Excellent teaching as always.
Shalom, my sister.
Shalom. I mean, if people still thinking after this teaching that they can pay tithes and offering, I don't understand.
Well, what about those that think they can pay tithes and offerings, and those that think they paying tithes and offerings on what is known as Yahweh Sabbath Day? What about on Yahweh Sabbath Day?
There is no Sabbath. It's done away with. There is no more Sabbath. So they're doing it in vain. They're wasting their time and they're sinning.
Well, let me say that a little better, because that is spoken like how our enemies speak. They teach that the law is done away with. Nothing is done away with. You're just not under it. The Almighty hallowed the 7th day. If the 6 days of creation still exist, so does the 7th. And the 7th day of creation denoted Yahweh sanctifying the 7th day and making it holy. And he rested on that day. So the 7th day is holy to Yahweh. It is the Sabbath if you are under it or not. The only reason we're not under it today is because the covenant is broken. We find the Sabbath being made known to the Israelites by way of a covenant. Today, the covenant is broken. Thus, the Israelites, nor anyone else, is under the holy Sabbath of Yahweh. But the holy Sabbath of Yahweh is the 7th day of the month. So the 7th day is holy unto Yahweh. It is the Sabbath. Unfortunately, we are not under it this day. That's how we see it. We do not say that the Sabbath is done away with. That will be a lie, because the Almighty day, that holy day, is not done away with. We just ain't under it.
Yes, that's what I meant to say. But great correction. Great.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Great comments. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom.
Shalom, sister.
How you doing today?
Just great.
I am so thankful to be able to hear this message. You went to Exodus 22 and you read the chapter and you pointed out how the law has a remedy for when a man is violated. And you also showed that we have no remedy today. A lot of us have been robbed, as you said, of our tithes and offerings. I know that when I came to the understanding that we were not to be paying tithes in this situation, I felt robbed. And I wanted my money back. And I never got it back. And I was told that I was evil for even wanting it back. I have no remedy today. I had no remedy at that time. And there's still no remedy. There's no remedy for any of us. And for a law to be just and upright, there must be a remedy. And we have none today.
Absolutely. And I was also one that propagated to telling people they might need to sue their mores. And a lot of people don't want to take heed of that because they found that even the Christians had enough sense and some of their pastors got sued. Well, so they don't want to really follow that route. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And as my sister just stated, she felt robbed. She knows she was robbed. And we reading the law, especially for those that teach they're under the covenant of the law. Well, if you are, there was a restitution that was supposed to be done. And if nothing else, you were to confess your evil, and if you had it in your powers, you were to pay double of what you took. Well, we can't even get these greedy dogs to give us our money back, let alone double, and that's the judgment. So it allows us to know that we're not under the covenant of the law. We can't say we under the covenant of the law just on one or two things, or the 12 or the 10 commandments. Sometimes people try to dumb down what we're saying, and they say, well, they might be right on some of the things, but we got to be under the 10 commandments. And we gave a presentation called the 10 Words, showing that even the 10 commandments have a judgment to it. And do y'all know what the judgment for all 10 commandments is?
Yes.
Hello?
No, what?
What is the judgment for violating any of the 10 commandments?
Death.
Yes.
Death. So don't let nobody tell you they under the covenant of the law, but they can't render judgment. They ain't here to render judgment. If you confess out your mouth, you are not here to render judgment. You are confessing that you are not here to be under the covenant of the law, because Yahweh is the Elohim of judgment. He is the Elohim of justice.
Yeah.
And here we got some babies. Here we got some babies crying right now about justice. And he said, if I hear them, I will kill you. And he hearing us today. Even though we ain't gonna get our restitution, even though we ain't gonna get what's owed to us, he still hear us crying, because some greedy dogs that do not fear him have robbed his children. And if we really fear Yahweh, we should be trembling. The Almighty told the greatest man on the earth at the time to let my son go, or I will kill your firstborn. Do you realize how the Almighty looked at his children? And you don't have enough fear to where you cannot rob them. You just gotta rob them. You just gotta lie. You just gotta take our little money, knowing that many times these teachers know the state of their flock. They know who in there. They know who got a job and who don't. They know who going through hell and all that, and they still will rob you. Knowing that you got hell to deal with Monday, they will still rob you.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could have used that money at court, but you can't, because you was tricked and you gave it up in class. Now you go deal with hell Monday and you're broke. You might wind up going to jail because you ain't got the money to pay for whatever they jamming or oppressing you with, because you was tricked and you gave it to your brother. And he just sitting back drinking Mezza counting the money. You going through hell. Is there any other comments or questions? Great comment.
Thank you, brother.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom. This is Deborah from Virginia.
Shalom, my sister.
Shalom, everyone. Wow. The class was amazing. All praises to the Most High. I'm so thankful for the class. It was clear. And I'm listening, and I'm so upset at the same time of all that money that I gave to the church, to the camps. I mean, it just, something seems wrong about it for a long time, but just like you said, they will make you feel like you wicked if you don't do it. And a lot of times they're not even using it for the things of the Most High. They're using it for their pockets. You know, I was thinking as I was listening, I remember when I was in the church and the pastor there paid himself a very high salary, more than he would ever make when he was working a job, okay? And I'm like, this is unbelievable. Like, why? I never could understand why they were charging people to bring forth the word. But thank you for the class. Oh, I had a question. Oh goodness, it just slipped my mind. I had a senior moment, but yes, I just want to say thank you for the class and all the scriptures you brought out. When I think of the questions I asked, I can't remember right now.
Yeah, please bring it back up so you think of it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And like you were stating, many people have got filthy rich off of us. They are acting in the same concordance of the Christian preacher. They just call themselves Israelites. I have had many people teach that Israel is the only one that could collect tithes. So they hurry up and point the finger at the Christian. They hurry up and point the finger at the preacher and say, well, they wrong. The only people that can collect tithes is the Israelites. Well, you point at the finger at your Christian brothers and sisters that's in darkness, but you still in darkness because you collecting them. And you're not in authority to collect them because you're not under the covenant of the law, nor are you collecting what is written. Our labor has nothing to do with tithes. Our labor, being a servant and being afflicted, has nothing to do with the increase and the blessing of Yahweh. Nothing. You think this is a blessing that I got to go to work every day and work 12 hours a day and then give you a 10% of that?
And then how much you got to give to the government? Probably another 24%, 10% to them, and then you got to pay your bills and everything. It's terrible. And then what's so wicked about it is, like these churches, they will have multiple ceremonies or what do they call them, events. They have like Sunday, then Sunday night, Wednesday, then they probably have a pastor's anniversary, then they have a men's meeting, all this to collect tithes. That's all they're doing is having a lot of events so they can collect more money. And I've even seen some churches have a credit union set up in the church, and where they also, years ago, I had visited this church probably 30 years ago, and they said in order to be a member, you had to agree to direct deposit. So what they would do is automatically take 10% out of your bank account. Unbelievable. But I thought of my question. My question was, did the priests, did they also work or have other jobs outside of, any of the Levites, really, any of the Levites? Did they also work, or have, some other means of income, or was that their only means of survival?
When they were under the full instructions, that was their only work. Their only work was to minister before the tabernacle. The Levites ministered before the priests. So that was their only work. We got testimony in the book of Nehemiah when the children of Israel were not following the instructions, and the testimonies allows us to know that the Levites found themselves in the suburbs and in the fields working. And Nehemiah came and reformed that. That took them out of the fields. So we wasn't supposed to be in the field. If you were a Levite or a priest, you were not supposed to be in the field to survive. Instead, your brother was supposed to give a tenth of his increase. And that's what you were supposed to survive off of. And when the Levites collected all the tithes from their brothers and sisters, they took the best of all that they